Testing, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Stay tuned for Hobbs Eagle Baseball live here on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube on the Hobbs High Sports page. We'll have Hobbs Eagle Baseball coming up momentarily with a 4:30 start time here at Sportsman's Park. Very windy afternoon as well for baseball. And again, we'll be back on with the pregame show here shortly as the Hobbs Eagles take on the Artesia Bulldogs, again live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Welcome, everyone, to Sportsman's Park. It's a windy one here as the Hobbs Eagles take on the Artesia Bulldogs. Hobbs coming off a couple of road trips this past few weeks, and they're ready for some home baseball here at Sportsman's. We got wind about 35, 40 miles per hour. Both teams heading out to the field. The Hobbs Eagles going to wear their safari-looking uniform there, the lemon-colored with the gold numbers on it, and the black tops, or make it the caps. And for the Artesia Bulldogs, the black uniforms, gold numbers, and the white pants. Ready for the national anthem here at Sportsman's Park. We'll come back with you in just 90 seconds on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Welcome back to Sportsman's Park. Just finished up with the national anthem here. Very windy ballpark this afternoon. We got a doubleheader going on with the Hobbs Eagles and the Artesia Bulldogs. Ty Friend here with you as the Eagles will be out in the field first as the home team. On the mound for the Eagles starting today as coming off those two road trips and 4 games total. Makai Brewer will be on the mound as he comes in on the mound so far this season with a 2-0 record and no ERA at this point, no saves, and 3 appearances on the mound for the Eagles. As he's taking his warm-up throws, the Eagles defense to start game 1 for Hobbs. Marcus Alderete at first base. At second will be Bernie Sikoris. And at third, it'll be Eddie Perez. Singleton is behind the plate. We already mentioned Brewer on the mound for the Eagles. Shortstop, Colton Graham. And going from left to right in the outfield, Kirkendall, McNabb, and Montez. Artesia will start in the order with Devin Fierro, the shortstop, Nolan Taylor, the DH, Josh Madrid, the pitcher, and Nye Estrada, the third baseman, 1 through 4 in the order. Hobbs comes in with the record of 11-2, coming off the 4 victories, 2 against Centennial and 2 against Alamogordo. And Artesia on a 3-game losing streak as they lost at a tournament just recently, 3 games up in Rio Rancho, with losses to Cleveland 7-2, Albuquerque Academy 9-6, and Bloomfield 8-7. Close one to finish up that tournament. Devin Fierro stepping up first for the Bulldogs, wearing the black uniforms and the gold numbers. He is the shortstop. Last year, these 2 teams played 2 games total. As Hobbs winning the first one 6-1, they out-hit Artesia 9-8, and the second game 14-0. Hobbs shutting them out in that game, 14-2 in the hit count there. Artesia went to the semifinals of the 4A last year before losing and bowing out before the championship game. First pitch off the middle of the bat goes foul for the first strike of the ball game. Here's the windup and the throw from Brewer. Fastball outside, swing and a miss. So far now, Fierro going 0-2 in the count. Again, Eagles with a stellar record at 11-2 on the season. They'll play Las Cruces for a doubleheader on Friday. Curveball inside, whacked out hard towards center field. Got some air beneath it, but getting back a couple of steps back for the catch for the Eagles, McNabb for out number 1. You got to really be adjusting on that outfield in this game with the heavy winds that we've got out here. little bit of dust in the horizon, not really affecting the field quite yet. Of course, we got the field turf, which is a big asset in games like this, except for the dirt mound. So one down already for Fierro on the flyout. That'll bring up the DH, Nolan Taylor. He is a lefty. Here's the windup and the throw from Brewer, low and outside for ball one. Nice split there for Kenyon Singleton behind the plate to make sure that didn't go wild. Just threw his ankle out there on the left side. Here comes the 1-0 from Brewer. Fastball down the middle, a little high this time, and swing and a miss for Taylor. Now facing a 1-1. Again, last year, Eagles with that 14-0 victory, completely trouncing on the Bulldogs. Curveball inside for ball two. Bernie Socorros had a triple in that game, 14-zip. 2 walks and 2 runs scored as well. McNabb, Graham, a couple of hits apiece, a couple of RBIs as well in that game. Fastball down the middle is going to slow up towards second base. Picked up by Socorros. Nails it to first. Off the throw down to Reddy, and out number 2 for the Eagles. So 2 down here on the top of the first at Sportsman's Park. We are slated for 2 here in the doubleheader. JV game going on as well, and also softball action with the Hobbs Lady Eagles taking on Artesia. Another lefty up now, Josh Madrid, third in the order for the Bulldogs. He is the pitcher to starter in this game. Try to get something going offensively for the black and gold, or black and orange. Fastball down the middle from Brewer for the strike as Madrid held on to it. 0-1 count now. The windup and the throw from Brewer coming inside for the ball. Brushing the belt loop there of Madrid. So pitcher versus pitcher on this series, and the wind really blowing the dirt off the mound now as Brewer had to hold on to his hat that time before he gets himself back up for the windup. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Down low, and golf swing out towards the first base coach's box and run out toward the far right wall. Side wall there for the foul. So Madrid now getting behind in the order, 1 and 2. As Brewer trying to go 1-2-3 here in the top of the first. Still scoreless. Here's the windup in the throw. Fastball comes down low. Over the top of it goes Madrid. No connect, and that'll be strike 3. So a fly out, ground out, and a strikeout for Brewer. And that's 1-2-3 for the Hobbs Eagle defense. We'll come up to the bottom of the first. Scoreless 0-0. Your Hobbs Eagles at bat. Come back with us at HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Back here at Sportsman's Park, Eagles and the Bulldogs, 0-0. The bottom of the first, Eagles will be up at the plate. Hobbs batting .318 this season. They've had 107 hits, 92 RBIs, 20 doubles, 3 triples, and 5 home runs. In fact, a couple of homers converted over the last few weeks of baseball for the Eagles. In terms of the games against Alamogordo, Eagles winning the first one 9-1. They out-hit the Tigers 5-4 in that one. Kirkendall and Singleton both getting doubles. The winning pitcher was Colton Graham, giving up only 2 hits in that game, struck out 7 in 5 innings of work. And the other game, 11-0, shutting out the Tigers. Hobbs out hitting them 9-2 in that one. Doubles by Singleton and Perez, a triple by Socorros, and Zach McPeters, the winning pitcher in 6 innings with 4 hits and 6 strikeouts in that matchup. So Eagles went 2-0 against Alamogordo. Against Centennial, game 1 on the road in Las Cruces, 16-5. Eagles out hitting their opponent 11-6 in that one for Centennial. Kirkendall and Singleton both getting HRs in that game. Nice swinging over the fence for the Eagles. And Socorros had 3 steals on the bases. Zach McPeters won that game as well, only giving up 5 hits, 2 strikeouts, and 5 walks. The Eagles as a team offensively picking up 9 walks, so definitely watching the pitches there in Las Cruces. Game 2 against Centennial, a closer one, 6-5. Eagles were actually out hit in that one, 6-5, but they did get doubles from Montez and Kirkendall. Actually, Montez getting the double, Kirkendall with 2 singles. Eagles did manage 7 walks in that game offensively, and Colton Graham, the winner on the mound, with 7 innings work. He went the distance, gave up only 4 hits, 4 walks, and struck out 11 batters in that one. So Hobbs coming off a 4-0 record on the road trip to Alamogordo and Las Cruces during spring break and a few days before that. Again, 11-2 on the season. Artesia's pitcher on the mound is Josh Madrid. He was the one that got the strikeout to end the top of the first at the plate for the Bulldogs. Hobbs Eagle order going to be Bernie Sakaris, Eric McNabb, Colton Graham, and Eddie Perez. And for the Bulldogs, Molina at first, Zamora at second, Estrada third, Fierro the shortstop, and Galindo behind the plate. From left to right in the outfield, Rodriguez, Watson, and Morris. Stepping up, Bernie Sakaris, the second baseman for the Eagles. Batting .372 this season, has 16 RBIs. He could get one here with a home run. We'll see if that works out for him. He does have 3 HRs on the season to lead the team. Fastball high for ball one. Good eye for Bernie. Still scoreless here in the bottom of the first. Hobbs and Artesia. Fastball a little low for ball two, so Bernie getting ahead of the count here. Slow windup here for Madrid. Fires it inside. Yanked out towards left field. It's going to take a roll. That will be a single. And it's going to roll to the wall. Gets past the left fielder, Rodriguez, and it'll turn into a double. As Sakaris getting there quickly as he points up to the sky. Probably trying to tell the wind to die down just a bit, but it did actually help the roll there out in left field. So go ahead and give a double to Sakaris. Might have been a mishandle out there by Rodriguez, the left fielder, but hit pretty hard, so go ahead and count that as a double. Eric McNabb now the center fielder at the plate. He's batting .333, has 11 hits on the season, 7 RBIs. He's currently 4th or 5th on the team in RBIs, 1 double. I'd like to pick up his 8th RBI if you can bump around Bernie here at second, who gets a big lead up. Fastball comes outside for the ball as the hat flies off of Madrid's head on the mound. That's going to be a problem throughout the rest of this game and the second game of the doubleheader. Hopefully the wind's going to die down by then. Major storm fronts moving through New Mexico. We're not getting into the rain situation, but the wind's going to make up for that, I think. Madrid looks back at second, waiting to see what Sakaris is going to do. Fastball goes low for ball two. So McNabb getting up on the count, 2-0. Eagles with an on-base percentage this season at .475. So getting close to half the time getting on the bases. Low fastball, almost hits the plate to go to 3-0 now, so well up ahead of Madrid is McNabb. Scores a little bit of a lead off there at second, backed it off just a bit. Plenty of time to work with here with no outs for the Eagles, trying to get the first score of the game, still 0-0. Madrid turns and fires, here comes the hat off again. Curveball slices right down the pike for the strike to a 3-1, and the hat rolling out towards second base. The umpire out there is going to go track it down for Madrid, and that's about the third time it's flown off his head as Sakaris, or make that Brewer had to deal with that as well. His first time at the mound earlier. Had to get out those bobby pins, I guess. 3 balls and 1 strike. Waggling the bat for McNabb. Madrid taking a long time now to look back at second. Fires a fastball, check swing for McNabb, and there goes the hat again off the head of Madrid, and that's going to send a walk for McNabb. So Eagles already got 2 on base. That's going to help out your OBP. So 2 runners on, and now Colton Graham steps up, the shortstop. Graham is .325 on the season, has 13 hits, 9 RBIs, currently 4th on the team, 1 double and a triple. And maybe that wind's going to help the ball go over that left field. We'll have to wait and see about that. Time called as heading out to the mound is Galindo to talk to Madrid. Pitcher and catcher combo going on. Maybe trying to discuss how to keep that hat on. Not sure if there's actually a rule if you got to keep the hat on, if the wind's going to be a mess with that. At least the batting helmet will stay on, though, at the plate. So runners at first and second, Sakaris and McNabb for the Eagles. No outs here in the bottom of the first. Madrid turns and fires a fastball outside for ball one, and starting to notice Galindo moving the glove around just a bit, trying to get the bite from the umpire, but that time didn't work. 1 ball and no strike. Big lead off at second now for Sikoris. Galindo takes a few calls from his catcher. Now takes a peek back at second and turns and fires. Fastball goes low for ball 2, and there goes the hat sailing again. Beating a dead horse with that all game long so far, not even through the first inning. So 2-0 count now as Graham gets some last second signals there from Coach Boyle. Do an excellent job with this team at 11-2 this season. Big layoff after the Friday game. They'll be off 11 days before their next contest, which we'll have here on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. The fastball right down the middle. Says, yep, it's going to be a strike. Took a little second there to make the call. Count goes to 2-1. 2 balls and a strike. And Madrid taking a lot of time on the mound, getting calls that he wants from Galindo behind the plate. Here comes the pitch coming inside, and it might have hit off the knee. It's going to hit the plate, actually, instead of the body of Graham, as Graham just kind of fans over Sikoris to tell him to move to third. Thought it might have hit him, but it hits the base instead. So that'll give Sikoris the steal to third. Now bases second and third taken care of as McNabb was able to get to second off the wild pitch. Counts 3-1, so well ahead of it is Graham. Trying to knock home the first run of the ball game is Sikoris knocking at the door at third. Here's the windup and the throw from Madrid. Curveball inside, and getting his elbow out of the way was Graham. Boy, they call that curveball a strike. Boy, up above the shoulder almost that time, went elbow up. And the umpire must have thought it might have dipped down just enough to clip that inside corner. Full count now for Graham. Here comes the pitch. Madrid inside, and woo, that was close. Almost the same spot it ended up with, but they go with the walk on that one. So back-to-back walks given up by Madrid. Bases are loaded now for the Eagles. And kind of reminding themselves about that 14-0 win last year. And that was on the road for Artesia. In fact, the Bulldogs went through 3 pitchers in that game. It was only a 5-inning matchup. Hobbs winning both games 6-1, 14-0. Eddie Perez, the cleanup man, the third baseman for the Eagles. He's batting .276, takes the first fastball, waits on it, and barely clips the outside corner for the strike. So batting .276, as I mentioned. 8 hits, 4 runs, 6 RBIs for Perez, and 2 doubles. Even a single here would get somebody across the plate, which would be Sikoris, to get the first score of the ball game. Long delay for Madrid, the windup and the throw. Curveball goes way outside and high, and good jump there for Galindo to pull it down before it went wild and brought a runner home for the Eagles. Count goes to 1-1. Time called as Galindo heads out to talk to Madrid. And with the way this has been going so far here in the bottom of the first, this is going to be a long game and possibly a doubleheader with kind of this slow delay here for Madrid. Not sure if he's trying to get in the heads of the hitters or trying to get some communication with his catcher. But he's having to deal with a big jam right now with all bases covered for the Eagles. Here comes the 1-1. Curveball barely misses the top of the strike zone for ball 2. And Hobbs Eagle fans were kind of wondering about that one as well. Thought that was going to drop right in the zone. 2-1 counts. Eagles have been on base with all 3 at the plate so far. 2-1 coming. Curve inside at knee high for ball 3. So Perez has got a pitch to burn here if he wants. Up next would be Makai Brewer, the starting pitcher. Again, Madrid taking some time, still looking behind the plate at Galindo, shaking his head a few times no, and still waiting for the signal he wants. And here comes the delivery. Fastball, whacked towards short, backhanded by Fierro, fires it home for the out to stop the score coming in as Socorro gets picked off. And unfortunately, it doesn't work for the Eagles, so no points on the board yet. Fielder's choice there for Perez. So we're still scoreless here in the top, or make it the bottom of the first. 1 down for the Eagles. The lefty's up, Makai Brewer, the pitcher of this game. Brewer batting .341 with 14 hits, 11 runs, 9 RBIs and 3 doubles. Still bases loaded for the Eagles. Madrid going to come with the curve inside and brushing back Brewer for the ball. Eagles just needing a single here to get somebody across the plate. Wide stance here for Madrid and the windup. Coming outside with it. Misses the outside corner for ball 2. Good eye for Brewer. Brewer's 5th in the order for the Eagles. Aldretti, Montez, Singleton, and Kirkendall rounded out. 6 through 9. 2 balls and no strikes. The pitch from Madrid going low and outside again for ball 3. Right in about the same spot it was just a second ago. And now a big lead in the count there for Brewer. A walk would score a run and an RBI for Brewer. Waggling the bat behind his left ear now. Here comes the pitch. Definitely going to be a fastball, and he throws it right down the pike for the strike. Definitely can guess that was going to happen there. 3 balls and a strike. Bases loaded for the Eagles. They were thrown out at home on their first attempt to score. Again, Madrid taking a lot of time on the mound. Here's the windup and the throw. Fastball, a knuckler going to go towards short. That's Fierro. He's going to throw to second. Bobbled. They're going to say he did not have it long enough. He's going for a double play, or are they going to call it the out first? Yes, they're going to go ahead and say that he had enough time with the ball, as that was Zamora. So he gets a tag at second. Did drop it, but that was on the attempted throw to first, which he was not able to complete. Eagles did score the run, though. As coming across was Eric McNabb. It looks like we got a courtesy runner checking in for the Eagles. Try to double check that here for just a second. So runners at first and third for the Eagles. 2 down. And Eagles go up 1-0 here at Sportsman's Park. Now it's Makai Brewer, the pitcher, up for the Eagles. Marcus Aldretti. Aldretti, the first baseman. He's batting .290 this season with 9 hits, 8 runs, and 12 RBIs. Leads the team in batting guys around. Madrid takes a peek at first. He's got runners at first and third. Fires a fastball. The steal on the way, and the Eagles are going to get there in time easily. No throw towards second that time from Galindo, the catcher. Strike was called on that one. To count now 0-1. Runners at second and third as Eagles knock at the door again, leading 1-0 here in the bottom of the first with 2 down. Run scored by Eric McNabb. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Madrid. Little curve, and it kind of floats high above the strike zone as the hat flies off again. And that will be ball 2. Again, first game of the doubleheader here at Sportsman's Park. Friday will be here back again against Las Cruces for a doubleheader. Earlier start time, though, of 4 o'clock against the Dogs here at Sportsman. The 1-1 pitch coming from Madrid down the middle. Swing and a miss there for Aldretti. Thought he got a piece of it that time, and comes right above the handle into the catcher's glove for Galindo. Count goes to 1-2. Got to protect the plate on this one with 2 down. Runners getting a big lead off at both second and third. Here comes the windup in the throw. Fastball, knuckler off the handle, goes middle of the backstop for the foul. But staying alive at the plate is Aldretti. One ball and 2 strikes now. The pitch, Madrid outside curve, and barely misses the zone out there as the Artesia fans not liking it. Even the catcher Galindo shaking his head no at the umpire. Eagles holding on by a thread here, trying to get some more runners to score. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Curveball reaching out across the front of the plate is Aldretti. A foul towards the Artesia bullpen, and chasing after it there, the first baseman. Molina fell down at the last second near the bullpen, went down to a knee and kind of flipped over himself. So the ball stays foul and is not able to make the catch out near right in front of the gate there at the dugout for Artesia. So Aldretti is staying alive here. Count is 2-2. Again, runners at second and third. Madrid waiting for the signal he wants. from Galindo. Fires a fastball, swing and a miss, and that'll be strike 3 for Marcus Aldretti. So the Eagles got one hit, got a couple of walks, left 2 on base, 1 run scores, and that was McNabb. As we head to the top of the second, Hobbs 1, Artesia nothing. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Welcome back to Sportsman's Park. The Hobbs Eagles leading 1-0, top of the second versus Artesia. Doubleheader time here at the Windy Sportsman. Artesia coming up to the plate here in the top of the second. They're 4th in the order. They went down 1-2-3 in the top of the first. Nye Estrada at the plate, the third baseman. First part of the first inning, fly out, ground out, and a strikeout off the pitching of Brewer. Brewer's going with the fastball, rolls it across the plate, and digging down low is Singleton to keep it from going wild. Count now 1-0. Eagles scoring off the run by McNabb. Here comes a 1-0 from Brewer. Curve it, and it's going low for ball 2. Hobbs getting a double from Bernie Sikoris. Also stole a base. Eric McNabb getting a walk. Also scored a run and a stolen base. 2-0 pitch high and a fly swat shot at it. And it should be enough time for Brewer to make the throw, but a high one, and put his arm way up in the air to pull that one down. Nice snag for Aldretti. That almost sailed over his head, and now they're going to contest this. The first base coach pointing towards the umpire at home. Just think that he might have lifted the foot on that one, but Brewer got kind of turned behind, left or make it right of the mound, and took to the last second to unload that baseball. We got the umps meeting on this one now to see if possibly Aldretti might have lifted the foot. But, boy, he extended high to pull that ball down right in the webbing of the glove. Still waiting to see. Yep, the out's going to stand. So Artesia not too happy about that one as first out for the Bulldogs. Good job for Brewer keeping with his throw and making it just in time. Now we got a big discussion with the Artesia coach, Coach Ortiz, having to talk with the behind-the-plate umpire. And he's still questioning whether that foot came off that first bag or not. So 1 down for Artesia. Up is Damian Molina. He's 5th in the order. He's the first baseman. Brewer's going to go outside with the fastball. Clips that corner for strike 1. Again, Brewer came in with a 2-0 record, yet to have an ERA, but in 3 games so far on the mound. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. It's curveball. Last second comes right down the middle. Thought it was going to go outside a bit, but gets right where it needs to be to give the lefty an 0-2 count now as Molina hold on for dear life here. Curveball inside, swing and a miss over the top for Molina. He's going to sit down. Second K issued by Brewer here in this game. Here in the top of the second, Hobbs up 1-0. 2 down already for the Bulldogs. Diego Zamora now the second baseman, 6th in the order. Trying to get something going offensively for Artesia. Brewer quickly getting up on his toes there on the rubber. He wants to pitch quick. Wind up in the throw. Fastball low for ball 1. Galindo, Morris, and Watson, 7 through 9 in the order for the Bulldogs. Right back to the pitch. Brewer going inside. Almost hit the outside ankle there of Zamora, and it sails past Singleton. Able to track it down, though, with no runners on. Count to 2-0. Wind's not letting up whatsoever here in this second inning. Whole state being hit hard by wind and rain up north. At least we're not getting the wet stuff. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Brewer. Curveball outside for ball 3. So Samora keeping himself well ahead of the count here, 3-0. Bulldogs trying to get their first hit of the ball game. Been struck out twice by Brewer. Curve inside, lower than the knee. That'll be ball 4. So Samora, the first base runner for Artesia off the walk. And that'll bring up Galindo, Frankie Galindo, the catcher, 7th in the order for the Bulldogs. So Eagles a very successful road trip the past couple of weeks. Outscoring Alamogordo 20-1 and Centennial 22-10 in doubleheaders in both of those contests. Here's the windup of the throw from Brewer. Fastball outside for ball 1. And Bulldogs coming off that big Rio Rancho tournament. They went 0 for 3. Brewer takes a peek at first, turns and fires. Fastball high for ball 2. Of course, Eagles went to the championship last year in the 5A. Artesia in the semifinals. They were the district champs, though. 10-2 record. Goddard was second at 9-3. They lost to St. Pius in the semis, 11-1. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Brewer. Fastball clips the bottom of the strike zone for the first strike, a 2-1 count. So Artesia lost by 10 to St. Pius. And Albuquerque Academy ended up being the 4A champs last year. Here's a 2-1 pitch from Brewer as we hear a hard slam by the JV ball. Came from the other field next door and whacked hard. It's like we had a gunshot here in the press box. Brewer's curveball goes high and outside for ball 1. Count goes to 1-1. Morris and Watson, 8th and 9th in the order, coming up for Artesia. They have 1 out as they trail the Eagles 1-0. Hobbs was thrown out at the home plate for a potential first run of the game when Sikoris was thrown out with the fielder's choice. The 1-1 pitch, steal is on the way. Fastball goes high. That's going to be a walk going to Galindo. So Samora isn't credited with the steal. The pitch beat him to it. Seth Morris now the right fielder. Now Artesia with 2 runners on, first and second. Morris, a junior for the Bulldogs. Last year, Artesia 15-6 on the season. We're 10-2 in district. Here comes the pitch for Brewer. A little high on the fastball for ball 1. One ball and no strike to Morris. Brewer peeks back at second with the runner getting a big lead off here. Couple looks back there for Brewer. The windup in the throw. Fastball hits off the knees of Singleton. He's able to chase it down on the first base line there, but the runner advances. And that'll send Samora to third. So runners at first and third. Off the steal by Samora. So Artesia now in scoring position to try to tie the ball game in 1 apiece. Singleton goes out, the catcher, to talk to Brewer for just a second. So first and third bases covered for the Bulldogs. Time was called as Singleton returns back behind the plate. And Brewer takes a little look over to first and nods to his baseman there, Alderetti. So maybe they're going to see a throw down to the bag there to get a pickoff. Fastball bounces off the glove of Singleton. Almost a little gamemanship going on there. He might have done that on purpose. Kind of slapped it down to the ground to see if the runners would get off the bags a little bit too much. The count now goes to 2-1. Big tall kid there at the plate, Morris. Quick windup in the throw. Brewer down the middle. Knuckler off the handle. It's going to route towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout on the left side. Coach Bowman, the pitching coach, out there to get it from the batter's circle near the dugout, and he gives a quick signal to Singleton behind the plate as he retrieves the ball. Second base umpire went out and had a few words there for Brewer at the mound. Not sure what that was about. Maybe just worrying about a balk or something. That's the only thing I can think of. 2-2 count now. with one down here in the bottom of the second, or first top of the second. Curveball inside. It's a drop strike, and it's going to be a throw for Singleton, and makes the throw to first just in time. So that'll be out number 3 for Artesia, as they do manage to get a couple on base due to walks. No hits. Nobody comes across. We head to the bottom of the second. Your Hobbs Eagles still leading Artesia 1-0 here at a windy Sportsman's Park. Come back with us in 60 seconds on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Welcome back to Sportsman's Park. Ty Friend here with you. Windy afternoon as the Eagles playing a doubleheader with Artesia. Hobbs scoring in the first inning off a Bernie Sikoris getting on with a double. Eric McNabb came home for the Eagles. They picked up a couple of walks. And now we're at 7th in the order. Isaiah Montez stepping up for Hobbs, the lefty, and the right fielder. Montez batting .333 this season off of 3 hits, 3 RBIs, and a double. Singleton and Kirkendall will finish up the order for the Eagles. Curveball floater outside for ball 1. Still on the mound is Madrid for the Bulldogs. He's given up 1 hit, 2 walks, and struck out 1. Hobbs with the 1-0 lead off the score by McNabb. Here comes the 1-0 from Madrid. Fastball low, check swing for Montez, and for the ball, a little bit too low for the ump's liking. They're going to rebuttal that over there to third. The umpire says, nope, he didn't come around enough, so that will be a ball. 2-0 count. Long delay here for Madrid, getting the call he wants from behind the plate. Here comes the 2-0 pitch outside off the edge of the bat. It's going to get through the gap of first and second, out into right field on the roll, and that'll go down as a single for Isaiah Montez. So already 2 hits for the Eagles, a double and a single. They've had a total of 4 people on base out of 7 at bats so far for the Eagles. Nice little percentage going on there as Kenyon Singleton steps up, the catcher, and he had a productive last couple of weeks. Singleton batting on the season at .294, has 10 hits, 11 RBIs, 4 doubles, and even a home run, which he did against Centennial in the 16-5 win last week. One game of the doubleheader. Takes the first fastball. Well, he clips that outside corner for the strike. Singleton has a .500 slugging percentage, definitely has a good bat, and they try to throw down over there to first, not in time, as getting back is Montez. No, 0-1 count now. They finally get the ball thrown back to Madrid. Not sure what they were holding on to it for there. Madrid takes a peek back at first to see what Montez is doing. Turns and fires a fastball. Knuckler off the handle. Back in that gap again between first and second. The scoop by the second baseman. Not in time, though, as Samora's just going to hold on to it as he's running towards the first base line past the infield. And that'll go down as another single for Singleton. So back-to-back singles for the Eagles, who now have 3 hits. That'll bring up the bottom of the order. Easton Kirkendall, the left fielder. Kirkendall batting .387 this season. He's tops on the team. Total of 12 hits, 31 at-bats, 9 RBIs, 3 doubles, and a home run. Kirkendall, another guy that hit the homer against Centennial in that 16-5 win last week. So him and Singleton getting together in that game. Eagles managed 11 hits in that victory. Game 1 of that doubleheader in Las Cruces. Time called. Madrid looks back at second. Turns and fires. Bunt showing here for Kirkendall. A little bit low on the outside. They're going to say he came across on it for the strike. Count now 0-1 to Kirkendall. Mitchell Kirkendall with 9 RBIs this season. 4th on the team. Tied with Brewer and Graham, all with 9. Wind's picking up heavily here before this next pitch, and Madrid's not going to wait either. Just takes a look at the runners, and he's ready to throw. Show another bunt. Kirkendall down that third base line. Going to go foul quickly, though. So runners got to go back to their bases. Montez and Singleton returning. Counts 0-2, but staying alive is Kirkendall. We go to the top of the order with Sikoris, McNabb, and Graham. 1, 2, 3. Bottom of the second, Hobbs up 1-0. 3 hits, a double for Sikoris, a pair of singles for Montez and Singleton here in this inning. Kirkendall facing an 0-2 count. Got to protect that plate. Madrid's curveball outside for ball 1. A little bit more breathing room now for Kirkendall. Force out at third for the Bulldog defense. Had a couple of shots coming out in between first and second in the last 2 at-bats. So I definitely think they're going to be looking for that again. Madrid now with the 1-2 pitch. Curveball floats high for ball 2, evens up the count. Well, the second game of the doubleheader about 20 or so minutes after this first one, and a couple of games on Friday as well, starting at 4 o'clock against Las Cruces High here at Sportsman's Park. 2 balls and 2 strikes as Kirkendall staying alive at the plate for the Eagles. Big delay as Madrid was checking back at second. Turns and fires the curveball inside, swing and a miss. The ball was dropped behind the plate, but they're going to say the swing and miss was first, not a drop third. As Kirkendall will sit down. Second K issued by Madrid in this game, and the Eagles go to the top of the order for Bernie Sikoris. Had a double to start the ball game and a stolen base. Was thrown out at home on a fielder's choice. Runners at first and second for the Eagles, trying to add on to the 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the second with 1 down. Slated for 7 innings on both of these games, at least regulation. Eagles getting their leadoffs at both first and second. Madrid turns and fires to second. Way behind the bag is the baseman catching the throw. Zamora. Not much of a competition there for the runner, Isaiah Montez. Still waiting for the first pitch to Sikoris here in the bottom of the second. Still a lot of time looking back at second there for Madrid. Turns and fires the pitch. Drive the middle of the bat. It's going to head out towards right field. Going back towards the wall. It's going, and it is out of here. A 3-run homer for Bernie Sikoris, his second hit of the ball game. And, of course, 3 RBIs tacked onto his stats as well. Over the right center field, right near the scoreboard, near the light post there. So scoring runs for the Eagles. That'll be Montez and Singleton. And, of course, Sikoris off the HR. 3 RBIs, and the Eagles extend their lead to 4-0 here in the bottom of the second. 1 run in the first, 3 here in the second with 1 down. Second in the order, Eric McNabb. He walked back in the first, also scored a run and a steal. But he has no runners on the base to bat around. Curveball high for ball 1. One-zero count. The windup in the throw for Madrid. Fastball, a little late on the swing, comes off the handle to the right backstop. Out of play for the foul. Evens up the count at 1-1. course, wind affecting both teams at this point, but not that hit from Sikoris. Affected it positively, I should say, but kept that one going over the fence, and that's exactly where the wind is blowing at this point, towards that right field. Here's the 1-1. Curveball floating around towards the strike zone, but a little high for ball 2. 2-1 counts. Graham and Perez, third and fourth in the order for the Eagles, due up next. Here comes a 2-1. Fastball low. Golf swing. Over the top of it is McNabb for the strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Eric McNabb back in the box quickly. Pitch bouncing in front of the plate and ricochets back in the chest protector of Galindo, the catcher, as he looks back to the dugout for some instruction from his coaching staff. We got a full count now at 3-2. Pitch coming, high curveball outside as well for another walk as McNabb has picked up 2 so far. He takes the jog to first. So runner at first now for the Eagles with just 1 out. As Colton Graham going to step up. He is third in the order, and he also got on due to a walk back in the first inning. Eagles have already been on base with 3 walks so far. Graham has 10 walks on the season after getting that one in the first inning. Wild pitch coming outside to the right, and that will send the runner to second for the Eagles. That is Eric McNabb for the steal. So McNabb with his 10th steal of the season. In fact, he leads the team in steals. Actually, it's tied now. Sikora's got a steal earlier, so both of them had 10. Curveball inside, and trying to get his gut out of the way that time, but not quick enough, was Colton Graham, so he takes the strike. Count is 2-0. So 2 players with 10 steals apiece, McNabb and Sikoris. Here comes the 2-0. No, Madrid's going to pull off the mound at the last second, the rubber, and look back at second, and gets the timeout. Graham getting ahead in the count here, 2-0. Has 9 RBIs this season. Fastball coming down the pike, swing and a miss for Graham. Now 2-1 with the strike. Again, we mentioned Hobbs will be off for about 11 days after this next doubleheader on Friday, so a lot of practice time to prepare. Here comes the 2-1 for Madrid. Curveball outside and jumping up the catcher. Looked like he wanted to throw somebody out, but holds on to it is Galindo and takes the ball call, 3-1. So a pitch to burn here for Graham. The Eagles leading 4-0 here in the bottom of the second as we go 7 in this one. The 3-1 pitch, little changeup action, and fouled off towards the right side of the field over the Artesia dugout. And it goes to a full count. Time called as the catcher Galindo is going to head and talk to the starter Madrid. Graham gets a little bit adjusted back into the box here with the swing of the bat. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Runner at second for the Eagles. That's McNabb. And 1 down. Full count pitch. Fastball high. I guess that was a ball call there. And that's going to be 3-2 now. Got behind 1 pitch. So now a full count. Waggling that bat behind that right ear now. He's eager to get something going here offensively. Eagles up 4-zip. Fastball outside, late swing off the end of the bat. It's going to go towards the JV field on the right side for the foul. And kind of pumping the fist after that as he'd like to have another chance to straighten the bat out on the next pitch. But Graham is staying alive now. Three balls and 2 strikes for Colton Graham. Got some comic relief going on here in the press box with the staying alive reference. Cult classic movies here in the press box. 3-2 count, curve inside. Some big air behind this one towards center field, but a lot of time for a reaction here as Watson goes back, and he's going to chuck it to short after the catch. So a fly out for Colton Graham. Runner does advance, McNabb to second, and now it's going to be Eddie Perez. Had a fielder's choice back in the first inning. Did get on base, but not going down as a hit, obviously. So that's the second out for the Eagles. Hobbs up 4-0 here in the bottom of the second. Fourth in the order is Perez. Fastball hits the plate for ball one. Making Galindo work quite a bit here as they've been trying to pick off some runners. Eagles getting 1 run in the first, 3 in the second off that 3 RBI homer by Bernie Socorros over the right center field. Here's the 1-0 pitch, curveball, and looks like it might have hit the foot of Perez. It's going to be wild regardless. Rolls back to the left backstop, and that will send McNabb to third. Looks like Perez just barely got his foot out of the way that time. Did hit the plate, though, on the inside corner. Count 2-0. Eagles knocking at the door again with McNabb at third. Two balls and no strikes. Here comes Madrid. Fastball high for ball three. So a couple of pitches to work with here for Perez. Can take what he likes. Be expecting a fastball, I'm sure, on this pitch. So Madrid can stay alive on the mound. Does not want to put another runner on. Of course, Perez the cleanup man for the Eagles. 3 balls and no strikes from Madrid. Go inside with it. And golf swing. It's going to get some air towards right field this time. And that will be out number 3. A two-hand catch, though, with the wind blowing just a bit, as that is pulled down by Morris. So the fly out there for Perez. Eagles do manage 3 hits, 3-run score off the 3 RBI homer from Socorros. They leave 2 or make that 1 on base as we head to the top of the third. Your Eagles up 4-0 over Artesia. We'll be back in 60 seconds on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. We're back with third inning action from the Sportsman's Park here in Hobbs. Ty Friend here with you. The Hobbs Eagles lead 4-0 over Artesia. And continuing on the mound for the Eagles, Makai Brewer. On the plate for Artesia is Cody Watson. Just barely finishing up their first round of batters at number 9 is Watson, the center fielder. Second pitch hits the plate for ball 2. Artesia yet to get a hit in this game, but they have been on base a couple of times due to walks back in the second inning. Hobbs up 4-0. Here comes the windup in the throw and the 2-0 pitch. Fastball outside for ball 3. So Watson with a good eye right now. Well up on the count. Fierro, Taylor, and Madrid, 1, 2, and 3 in the order for the Bulldogs. Fastball, swing and a miss for Watson. Brewer has struck out 3 batters so far, Madrid, Molina, and Morris. 3 M's. Now looking to add a W, Watson. Fastball down the middle, and holding on at the lefty is Watson. He's going to go down with the look and a strikeout. So now we've got 4 Ks for Brewer and the first out. Top of the order now for the Bulldogs. Their second time through the order. Devin Fierro, the shortstop, he flew out to center field over to McNabb for the first out of the first inning. First pitch coming to him quickly. The bunt going to go right back to the pitcher. Brewer is actually picked up by Singleton instead. He nails it over to first and gets the out in the glove of Alderetti to sit down Fierro. Out one now for the Eagles defense. Looking pretty impressive there. Good hustle there for Singleton. Called off Brewer at the last second. A couple of feet in front of the home plate in the infield. Lefty Nolan Taylor up now, the DH. He ground out to second back in the first for the second out. Artesia trying to get the bats working here. Curveball hits the elbow pretty hard there on the batting arm of Taylor, and he's wincing in pain now as he takes a slow down jog to first. So hit by a pitch is Taylor. So they get a runner at first and second now. Welcome back to Sportsman's Park. Had a little technical difficulty there as Brewer with an 0-2 count now with 2 strike pitches to Josh Madrid. Third in the order, he's the pitcher. They got runners at first and second. Taylor was hit by a pitch, and the bunt actually going to say that was not an out previous to that as Fierro was on as it barely off the bag at first for the Eagles. 0-2 pitch, late swing there for Madrid. And that'll be strike 3 as he'll take a seat. So Madrid has struck out twice off the pitching of Brewer. So that previous bunt, Devin Fierro was given a single on that one as he beat out the throw. And now it's going to be Nye Estrada, the cleanup man, who ground out to Brewer back in the second inning for the first out. Fastball down the middle for the strike. Runners at first and second for Artesia. They trail Hobbs 4-0 here in the top of the third. We are slated for 7. 4-1 hit count in favor of the Eagles so far with 2 down. Here's the windup of the throw from Brewer. Curveball at the end of the bat, going to go foul over the right backstop towards the JV field. So let's try to get a piece of that one. Their only hit of the game has come here in the third inning. But they've got 4 runs to try to catch up with here. Estrada fourth in the order. Molina and Zamora next up. Time called at the plate as Estrada backs out. This would be the 7th win of the season for Artesia. And, of course, number 12 for the Eagles. Curve inside off the handle. Going to foul over the top this time for another strike. 0-2 count now for Estrada. The Eagles sitting at 11-2, and Artesia at 6-6. One more game here, the doubleheader later. Winds pick up big before the next one pitch from Brewer. Takes a look back at second. Nobody covered the bag there. The 0-2 coming down the middle. Late swing again. Fouled off over the Artesia dugout right side. And there goes the hat of Brewer. As it's going to go back to, actually flies towards the runner there at first. He's the one that fields it, the hat I'm talking about. That's Taylor, one that was hit by a pitch. So Brewer getting up big on Estrada, 0-2 count with 2 down here in the top of the third. Eagles trying to keep Artesia from scoring as they lead 4-0. Brewer quickly looks back twice to second, turns and fires the curveball outside, and Singleton save it from going wild. Nice backhand in the air that time to pull it down, keep the runners at bay, and the count 1-2 on the ball. Force out a third for the Eagle defense. As Perez claps into his glove here, he'd like to have a chance to be the man to stomp out the third out. 1-2 pitch, late swing, and barely slides off the bat foul right behind the Hobbs Eagle logo behind the plate. And kind of a lazy swing that time by Estrada. He knew he had to come around on it with the 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes with 2 down. Here comes a pitch from Brewer. Fastball down low for the ball, and jumping up quickly is Singleton, and plays around with in front of the plate there to see how far those runners are going to come off the bags. They stay in their places, and count goes to 2-2. Listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Dirt blowing off the mound now. The wind's picking up 35, 40 miles per hour here at Sportsman's Park. The 2-2 pitch from Brewer. Fastball, swing and a miss, and that will sit down Estrada. So Artesia does manage 1 hit. They leave 2 on base. No runs come across. As Brewer strikes out 3, we head to the bottom of the third. Your Eagles up 4-0 over Artesia. We're coming back live in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Bottom of the 4th inning here at Sportsman's Park. Make it the bottom of the 3rd as the Eagles up 4-0. Hobbs with 4 hits and Artesia with 1. Eagles at the plate. 5th in the order, Makai Brewer, the starter on the mound for the Eagles. He ground out to short back in the 1st inning. He is a lefty, of course. Brewer with a 41% on-base percentage. Madrid still on the mound for the Bulldogs. Goes to the fastball. Just barely misses the bottom of the strike zone as a hard foul ball coming and hits the press box on the JV side. A lot of those errant balls coming across today with the heavy winds we have out here at Sportsman's Park. Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Madrid. Fastball, late swing for Brewer as the count goes to 1-1 off the strike. One ball and 1 strike. Another big wind gust. Curveball, swing and a miss. Does hit part of the bat and bounces off the catcher Galindo for strike 2. A lot of major gusts to deal with in this ball game. You think you're going to get a chance with the lull, and then all of a sudden it picks up again. Here comes a 1-2 from Madrid, and trying to spin out of it. Yes, it does hit him in the back, unfortunately for Brewer. Tried to spin away from it, but it gets him right in the thick of the number for the hit by a pitch. So both teams have been hit once. Of course, with those curveballs, you got to be careful. That wind is really adding to the confusion out there. As the Eagles will send in a courtesy runner at first. Hector Armendariz, second time out there. He was back earlier in the game as well on the bags for the Eagles. First pitch to Marcus Alderete. Strike down the pike for first one. Alderete struck out back in the 1st inning for the last out. Of course, the first baseman for the Eagles. Big leadoff for Armendariz at first. Curveball inside and getting a little bit off the first bag and almost getting thrown out was Armendariz that time. But he does get back just in time. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Alderete. 6th in the order for the Eagles, who lead 4-0 here in the bottom of the 3rd. Fastball. Down low for ball 2. Lion hat once again for Madrid. Been plenty of hat errors in this ball game for both pitchers. 2 balls and a strike now to Alderete. Of course, Montez and Singleton due up next, both with singles. Back in the second. Fastball goes high and bounces off the glove of Galindo. He's going to fire to second, hits the bag, and rolls out to center. And trying to chase off to third is Armendariz. He'll dive towards the third bag, the tag at the last second, and they're going to say too late as Coach Boyle kind of shaking his head no that time and trying to go through some of the signals with his base runner, Armendariz, the courtesy runner, that I don't think he wanted to come all the way to third. Timeout called, and Coach Ortiz is going to stomp out to the plate now to have some more discussions with the umpire. He wasn't happy about an earlier play with a throw to first for the Hobbs Eagle defense, and he's going to head out to the third base umpire and have some words. And, boy, we got a big parade going on here. He's going to make sure everybody watches him all the way to third. So the runner at third for the Eagles is Armendariz, a courtesy runner. Now instead of slow walking, he was going to jog out to that third base umpire. No dirt to kick here on the field turf, though. Kind of a slow run into third base, as I think Armendariz got a little bit ahead of himself that time, but he had to go as he knew he was more than halfway to third. Boy, Coach Ortiz really didn't spend much time out there after a long delay to get out to third base to talk to the ump. Does have some words for the plate umpire as he comes back to the dugout. So runner at third is Armendariz. Alderete facing a 3-1 count now. Here comes the pitch from Madrid. Fastball barely the bottom of the strike zone for strike 2. Full count now for Alderete. Montez, Singleton, and Kirkendall, 7 through 9 in the order. Fastball, hard up the middle of the bat. It's going to go out towards Coach Bowman on the first base coaching box. Rolling foul. Singer that time from Alderete, if you could just straighten that out just a bit. The Eagles have had a couple of those hits out between first and second into right field. Here's the 3-2. Fastball and goes low, and coming over the top of it is Alderete for strike 3. He's got 2 Ks in the game. Madrid has issued 3 Ks overall against the Eagles batting. Isaiah Montez now 7th in the order. He's 1 for 1 at the plate with a single and a run scored, both coming in the second inning where the Eagles tacked on 3 runs to go up 4-0. First down for the Eagles now here in the bottom of the third. Madrid with the windup. Fastball hit straight up in the air. It's going to go behind the plate, though, right above the press box, out of play. Montez with a 50% on-base percentage, so getting on base at least half of the time. Definitely some big numbers there. Here comes the 0-1 from Madrid. Little curveball floating inside. Swing and a miss for Montez. 0-2 count now for him. Big gust picking up again here at Sportsman's Park. The 0-2 coming from Madrid. Fastball. And that one going 3D right to the middle of the backstop. Chasing it down behind the plate is Bernie Socorros with the big right side of his head in red here tonight. Foul ball towards the first baseline out of play, and trying to backhand it was Molina, but well outside the first base line. And there goes the hat again for Madrid. He's got to chase it down out into the right field. Staying alive, the lefty Isaiah Montez, an 0-2 count. Singleton and Kirkendall waiting for the Eagles. Just one down here in the bottom of the third. 4-0, Hobbs up. Majority of those runs coming in the second inning. A couple of singles for Montez and Singleton. They both scored. And also that 3 RBI homer for Bernie Socorros, the third run. No balls and 2 strikes. Madrid going to go with the fastball outside. Barely misses the zone for ball 2. Correction, ball 1. 1-2 count. Big gap there in the legs there of the pitcher Madrid before he winds up and throws. Floater high for ball 2. Now evened up count. Runner at third for the Eagles, Armendariz. Gets the big lead off there in front of Coach Boyle in the third base coach's box. Time called. Montez will back out, take a few more practice swings here. The windup of the throw now from Madrid. Curveball about helmet high for ball 3. So Montez has kind of clawed his way back into the count now. Full count.
Hey, let's go, kid.
Eagles trying to get a hit here in the 3rd inning. Big pitch coming here for Montez. As Madrid goes outside, and looks like a little movement of the glove there for Galindo, but the umpire not going to bite on that one. So the walk going to be issued to Montez. That is the 3rd walk the Eagles have been able to pick up, make it the 4th. Montez with 1, 2 for McNabb, and another for Graham. Runners at 1st and 3rd now as Kenyon Singleton up at the plate. He had a single back in the 2nd and scored a run. Coming off that homer from Sikoris to knock him around on the 3 RBI hit. Eagles still knocking at the door, just 1 down. Bottom of the 3rd inning, up 4-0. Madrid took a peek over at first, turns and fires. Fastball high for ball 1. Imagine with all the wind out there, kind of takes out a lot of energy of the players and the umpires. So that's going to be a big battle in the 2nd game to try to outlast the other team. 1 ball and no strikes. Madrid facing Singleton. Wind up in the throw inside, the steal on the way, and it will be converted for the Eagles as Makai Brewer's out there to 2nd. Excuse me, Isaiah Montez getting the steal. Armendariz remains at 3rd. He's been there a long time, eager to get home to get another run on the board for the Eagles. So runners at 2nd and 3rd. Montez picking up his 2nd steal of the season. 2-0 count now to Singleton. Again, Madrid taking a long delay before his pitches in this game. And here it comes. Fastball bouncing off the glove of Galindo, but he's able to chase it down right at the plate for ball 3. Time called. Catcher Galindo going to head out to talk to Madrid on the mound. Temperatures head up until the early 70s today, but of course the wind is dropping that down just a bit here, about 40-mile-per-hour gusts at times. Hopefully that'll die down just a bit in that 2nd game of the doubleheader. 2 balls and 1 strike. Back to live action here as Madrid getting ready to pitch to Singleton. Here's the windup and the throw. Fastball outside, bounces off the bag and a roll in the backstop, and that will bring a run home on the wild pitch as Armendariz scores a run. Now it's 5-0. 1 in the 1st, 3 in the 2nd, and now 1 in the 3rd for the Eagles. Also advancing to 3rd is Montez. And the count 3-1. So Singleton still want to get a chance to knock some runners around here, at least 1 runner. Easton Kirkendall 9th in the order for the Eagles to round it out the 2nd time for Hobbs at the plate. Here comes a 3-1 now. Madrid throws it inside. It'll hit off the field turf, and it'll be ball 4. 5 walks now issued by Madrid to the Eagles and a time called. Coach J.J. Ortiz will go out to talk to his pitcher, and we'll take a break. Hobbs up 5-0 with a run scored here in the 3rd. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Going to have a pitching change here at Sportsman's Park. Welcome back to Sportsman's Park. A pitching change for Coach Ortiz and the Bulldogs. They're bringing their third baseman to the pitching mound. And that is Nia Estrada, second pitcher for Artesia. Moving over to third base is Rodriguez, who was a left fielder. They'll also send the first baseman out to center field, Molina. We're still trying to get all these changes made. These are just position changes, so they don't report those to the booth. So we'll have to wait and see who the first baseman is here. Eagles with a new batter at the plate, and we got a throw to first, gets away from the first baseman, and that will score a run for the Eagles on the wild throw. As Hobbs will score another one, Isaiah Montez gets across. Eagles have picked up 2 runs here in the third to lead now 6-0. First baseman for Artesia is Josh Madrid, the pitcher. That's where he moved to. So Madrid went through a total of 3 1/3 innings for the Artesia Bulldogs on the mound. Gave up a total of 4 hits and 5 runs. Fastball outside for the ball. At the plate for the Eagles, Easton Kirkendall. He struck out back in the second inning. Has runners at second only now for the Eagles. Just 1 out, though, leading 6-0 in the bottom of the third. Fastball whacked hard out to left field, keeps it on the ground, and that will be a single. Runner's going to stay at third as they throw it into the infield, is picking it up the third baseman, the one that just subbed in, Rodriguez. So the single recorded for Kirkendall. Eagles have 3 hits in the 7th, 8th, and 9th slots for the Eagles. Top of the order, Bernie Sikoris, who's perfect, 2 for 2 at the plate, the lefty. Had a double back in the first, had a steal, 3 RBI home run, and a run scored in the second, where the Eagles scored 3 runs. Still 6-0, bottom of the third. Hobbs with just 1 out. Third time through the order now for the Eagles. Runners at first and third. Curveball misses outside for ball 1. Nope, late strike call from the ump. Another hat sale there for the new pitcher on the mound, Nia Estrada. One run in the first, 3 in the second, and 2 in the third for the Eagles, and still 2 outs to relinquish here. Here comes the pitch. Curveball. Swing over the top by Sikoris for the strike, and he put a big lunge into that one. Kind of slammed the turf with his bat after the play, as he knew needed to get that bat underneath a little bit more. Count now 0-2 to Sikoris. Again, 2 for 2 at the plate so far. Here's the windup of the throw. Curve inside, and he'll yank it out towards left field. He'll drop and roll towards the warning track, towards the fence. At least a double, and Coach Boyle wants to send runners. So Sikoris is going to stretch it out to a triple and maybe going home with it. Nope, he'll put on the brakes at third. So a triple for Sikoris, still perfect at the plate, and he'll score an RBI and a run scored for the Eagles as well. So that's going to bring home 1 run, or make it 2 runs, excuse me. I mentioned Singleton and Kirkendall both getting through on that triple. So that brings it up to 8-0 now for the Eagles. Runner at third now for the Eagles is Bernie Sikoris. So 4 runs that come across for the Eagles here in the third. Fastball outside, hits the outside corner for the strike. Eric McNabb at the plate. He's walked both times he's been there. Had a couple of steals and a run scored. Here comes Estrada with the curveball, low and inside for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1. So Sikoris at third with a double, home run, and a triple in this ball game. All he needs now is a single, and he's gone every hit you can imagine. Curveball, swing and a miss there for McNabb. Ball comes off the end of the bat at the last second, rolls up the first base line just a bit. Count goes to 1-2. As the wind continues here at Sportsman's Park. 1-2 count now as the relief pitcher Estrada continues to face McNabb. Low pitch on the golf swing. Over the top of it is McNabb for strike 3. That's the first K for Estrada now on the mound for Artesia. That's out number 2 for the Eagles. But they still lead 8-0 here. With 4 runs scored here in the third. Colton Graham, third in the order for the Eagles, a walk and also flew to center. Fastball outside for ball 1. Score is still waiting at third here, trying to come home for the Eagles. Again, 10-0 is the mercy roll, but that has to be after the 5th inning for it to stand up as game over. Here's the windup of the throw from Estrada. Off the handle, going to go foul outside the third baseline and almost being hurdled there by Sikoris. He just let it go past him, and Coach Boyle able to relay it for the Eagles. Back to Estrada at the mound. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 down here in the bottom of the third. Eagles holding on for a long time here. 6-1 hit count for the Eagles. And the 1-1 pitch. Curveball at the middle of the bat. It's going to take a big hop out towards second base. A couple of dribbles out there. And that'll be an RBI single for Colton Graham for his first hit of the ball game. As that will score Bernie Sikoris. That's his second run he scored in the contest. And Hobbs up now 9-0. Fourth in the order, the cleanup man, Eddie Perez. Fielder's choice and flew out to right. He's due one here in the bottom of the third. Hobbs up 9-0. Apologize, getting a little bit behind on the scoreboard here. Been having fits trying to get the numbers punched in. The app kind of working funky as long with the wind today. Throw to first, not there in time, is getting back hard. Colton Graham, he had to go down low on the bag that time. Brewer, Alderetti, and Montez. 5, 6, and 7 in the order for the Eagles, but they do have 2 outs. Here's the windup of the throw. Fastball outside. Clips a corner for the strike. Count goes to 1-2 now on Perez. Eagles with 7 hits in the game so far, 1 for Artesia. And that was just the runner getting out stretched over the throw, so the Eagles almost had a no-hitter going on here. Curveball, almost having to spin out of it as Perez, but holds his ground in the box, and it comes inside for ball 2. Evens up the count at 2-2. 2-2 count now for Eddie Perez at the plate. Little delay now here for Estrada. Wait for the pitch call he wants from Galindo behind the plate. Here comes a 2-2. Fastball high for ball 3. Full count now for Eddie Perez. Eagles with 1 more run would have the mercy rule total they need, but have to wait a couple more innings for it to hold out there. Both the Artesia pitchers are long delay before they extend with their throws. Curveball floats right down through the strike zone for, appear to be strike 3, but the count now they're going to say is 2-2. So 2-2 count now from the umpire. Got to protect the plate, does Perez. They'd make a throw to first. And well behind the runner getting back to first there for the Eagles, Colton Graham. Eddie gets back in the box. Fastball goes outside for another ball call, and there's a steal for Colton Graham. Graham on the season has his 8th steal. Mentioned earlier in the game, McNabb and Sikoris picking up their 10th of the season earlier. Full count now, 3-2 for the Eagles. Runner at second, 2 down, and a 9-0 lead. Curveball comes down low, and that's going to be called strike 3. Boy, that dropped pretty bad from the knees down, but that is called a K, and Artesia will finally get to exit the field. The Hobbs Eagles, though, managing 3 hits, They leave 2 on base, and they score 5 runs to go up 9-0 as we head to the 4th. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Hobbs Eagles up big here, top of the 4th, 9-0 here at Sportsman's Park. 1 run in the first, 3 in the second, and 5 in inning number 3. 7 hits for the Eagles, 1 for the Bulldogs. As Artesia will be at the plate. About midway through their second rotation here at the plate for the offense. Damian Molina now up. He is 6th in the order. Struck out back in the second inning for the second out. Looking at the hits for the Eagles so far, Bernie Sikora's with a big afternoon, 3 for 3 at the plate. Colton Graham had an RBI single, and 1 single apiece for Montez, Singleton, and Kirkendall, 7 through 9 in the order. Curveball low and outside for ball 1, as Brewer continues to pitch for the Eagles, only giving up 1 hit so far. Here's the windup in the throw from Brewer. Goes to the same spot, a little bit higher this time for ball 2 outside. Brewer has struck out 6 batters so far, hit 1 with a pitch, and 2 walks on that 1 hit as well. Fastball low, crank hit off towards first with a roll out to the first baseman. The Eagles out already with a stomp on the bag for the first out. So the ground out for Molina. Diego Zamora now, who walked back in the second, steps in. He also stole a base. Takes a look over to Coach Ortiz at third. Only single coming in the game from Fierro. That was back in the 3rd inning as he got to first base, outrunning the throw. Takes the first pitch low for ball 1. Galindo, Morris, and Watson ran out the order for the Bulldogs. Quick return is Brewer at the fastball. Hit high in the air towards foul territory. The Artesia dugout on the right side. And kind of a jog over there by Singleton. I don't think he had it in his sight, and the ball dropped right in front of him, but very close to the Artesia dugout. He probably would have had to jump over the fence to make the catch there, and I'm sure the Bulldogs would have stayed right in front, getting in his way. Count goes to 1-1 now for Zamora. Here comes the pitch from Brewer. Fastball, check swing out to right field. It's a low one, but a one-hand snag from Montez for the out. Luckily, the wind didn't take that further back. He just stood his ground, feet flat, and wait for the ball right to the glove for out number 2. Top of the 4th inning, 9-0 Eagles. That'll bring up Frankie Galindo, 7th in the order. He walked back in the second. Fastball hits the outside corner for the strike as Galindo held on it. Brewer not taking much time to get wind up and throw, and here we go again, going to the same spot. This one a little bit outside for ball 1. And Brewer comes in with a 2-0 record, working on an ERA. He does not have one yet. Here's a 1-1 pitch inside and spinning the arms of Galindo just a bit to get away from this attack to his inside arm. Ball 2, 2-1 count. Here's the windup in the throw from Brewer. Fastball high for ball 3. So a pitch to burn here for Galindo. Here another foul ball coming from the JV side. The 3-1 pitch from Brewer. Fastball way outside and stretch it across the plate as Galindo cannot get contact with it. And the count goes full now. So catcher facing a pitcher here. And a quick turnaround and a pitch, strike zone, and holding on for it was Galindo. Didn't swing the bat and pays the price with another K. So no hits, nobody on base, no run score as Brewer now with 7 Ks to his name. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Your Eagles up 9-0. When add on to that, hopefully, mercy roll lead. We'll be back live on the Hobbs Eagle Network in 60 seconds. Bottom of the fourth inning here at Sportsman's Park. Ty Friend here with you as the Hobbs Eagles lead 9-0 over Artesia. Eagles come in with an 11-2 record, and Artesia at 500, 6-6 on the season. Of course, we mentioned these two teams faced each other last year twice in a doubleheader. Eagles winning 6-1 and 14-0, combined 20-1 in those two games. Eagles combining on 23 hits, 9-14, and only 10 for Artesia, 8-2 in that doubleheader. Quick meeting of the minds for the Artesia infield on the mound as they have a relief pitcher in there, Nye Estrada, who checked in one out into the last inning of the third. Hobbs at the plate now with their 7 hits. 3 in a row for Sikoras, who started the ball game. Double, home run, and a triple. Makai Brewer at the plate now, the lefty. He is 0 for 1, ground out to short and was hit by a pitch, also a stolen base. And a 9-0 lead for the Eagles here in the bottom of the fourth. Time called as he comes out. Mentioned he has 10 stolen bases this year as he got one earlier in the ball game. Big gust of wind now blowing hard as Brewer's going to have to face that as well as the pitch. Curveball hits the plate, outside corner for ball 2. Brewer now rubbing his hand up and down the bat, trying to get that some mojo into that piece of metal there to crank this one out. Should I say wood, not metal. Curveball outside for ball 3. Just barely missed the strike zone that time. Big lead in the count for Brewer. Got a few pitches to burn here off the reliever Estrada. Look for a fastball coming, and there it goes, but low for ball 4. So Brewer with a good eye on that one. That is the 6th walk issued by the Bulldog pitching staff, and we'll get Brewer on base. It looks like we got the courtesy runner coming back. I believe that's Armendariz. Yes, it is. He scored a run earlier in this ball game. And that'll bring up for the Eagles Marcus Alderete, 0 for 2 so far with a couple of strikeouts. But that was at the earlier pitcher. Curveball high for ball 1. Eagles up 9-0 here in the bottom of the fourth. We are slated for 7 if it does not go mercy roll, which would be a 10-run lead at the end of the 5th. Hobbs has not made it to that point yet. 9-zip as we mentioned. Fastball comes inside. And that'll be ball 2, a little bit low for the ump's liking on that one. Montez, Singleton, and Kirkendall coming up 7th through 9th in the order. 3 singles and 2 walks with those 3. And boy, the wind's really gusting hard here over 50. Got to hold on to this video camera here in the press box. Here's the 2-0 pitch, slapped hard towards short, scooped up and throw for Fierro to second. Second baseman tries to throw it to first, but ran into his teammate, and the ball clunks down to first in front of the bag. So first fielded by Fierro, tried to get over to Samara at second, but we had a lot of confusion going out there. So that'll be a fielder's choice for Alderete. He'll stay at first, but that will send home Brewer to the dugout. So 1 down for the Eagles. And that'll bring up Isaiah Montez. He's been on with a single and a walk, couple of runs scored and a stolen base. So doing some good things for the Eagles on on-base percentage. Curveball misses low and outside for ball 1. 7th, 8th, and 9th in the order, all getting a single apiece with Montez, Singleton, and Kirkendall. 1 ball and no strikes. Armendaris at first, the courtesy runner. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, curving inside low. It gets away from the catcher, but they're going to hold on to the runner Armendaris at first, as it did get past Galindo behind the plate. Actually, there's a new catcher back there. I think they moved Galindo out to left field. So we'll double check who that is behind the plate. They had a bunch of subs when they made the pitching change. They don't have to announce those. Those are just rotations in the different spots. 1 ball and 1 strike now. So reliever Estrada continues with a curveball. Late swing off the end of the bat. It's going to go foul left out towards the parking lot. Of course, the Hobbs Lady Eagles are playing right now against Artesia right behind us as well, and the JV game. So lots of action going on at Sportsman's Park, and, of course, doubleheaders, all teams involved. 1-2 count now with 1 down here in the bottom of the 4th. Curve inside, yanked out towards right field. Will stay on the ground, and it'll be a single for Isaiah Montez. He's got a pair of singles now as he advances Armendaris to second. So runners at first and second now for the Eagles. They'll go 8th in the order to Kenyon Singleton. He has the same numbers as Isaiah Montez, a single and a walk and a couple of runs. Carbon copies there at 8th and 9th in the, or 7th and 8th in the order. Eagles with a 9-0 lead. Of course, we mentioned 10 for the mercy roll, but still an extra inning would have to be played. Artesia would have the first at bat in the 5th. So maybe not a whole inning, maybe just a half an inning. Estrada looks back at second, fires a fastball just high for ball 1. Eagles working on their 12th win of the season. A loss here for Artesia would drop them under 500 at 6-7. Little delay here for Estrada. Checks the leadoff runners. The fastball going to go down the pike for the strike. Count now 1-1. Friday we have the doubleheader here at Sportsman's once again against Las Cruces High. 4 o'clock start time, a little bit earlier, half an hour before we had started this game today. So make sure you're here for that or listen to us on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Second baseman running around behind the bag. Now the fastball down the middle. Late swing for Singleton and picks up his second strike. Kenyon Singleton on the season with 11 RBIs. He's currently 3rd on the team and has a total of 7 runs. He's picked up 2 of those in this game. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball low. Gets a chop on it, but it's going to roll foul towards Coach Boyle in front of the Hobbs Eagle bullpen left side. And nice throw back to the Artesia pitcher Estrada. Eagles have runners at first and second. The force out at third, but just 1 down for Hobbs with 8 hits and 1 for Artesia. The 1-2 curve, Knuckler coming inside and too much inside for the umpire for ball 2. So Kenyon Singleton staying alive at the plates. Easton Kirkendall will be the 9th in the order for the Eagles. Estrada takes a peek back at second, does not want to throw it there. Fastball way outside, and Singleton kind of pirouetting across the plate, cannot come up with contact, and picks up the strikeout. That is a 4th K now for Artesia pitching, the 2nd for the reliever Estrada. Now bottom of the order, Easton Kirkendall for the Eagles. He is 1 of 2 with a strikeout and a single, also scored a run. 2 down for the Hobbs Eagles. They lead 9-0 here in the bottom of the 4th. Takes the first, a fastball low for ball 1. Back in the box goes Kirkendall. Big leadoffs for the Hobbs Eagle runners as they know they're down to the 1 out here. Here comes a pitch, a high curveball outside for ball 2. Of course, the Eagles last year with the Mercy Rule win over Artesia in their second game, 14-0. Couple of touchdown victory there for the Eagles. That was in 5 innings. 2 balls and no strikes to Kirkendall. Kind of leaning back now and kind of waiting for this delayed pitch from the reliever. Fastball low for ball 2. Make it 3. Ball 3-0 count now with 2 down. So again, a few pitches to burn here. Wants to keep any type of ball in the infield away from third base especially, which is the force out. Putting a grasp on this camera here. Curveball high, and that'll be ball 4. Now the base is loaded after the walk issued to Kirkendall. 7 walks picked up by the Hobbs Eagles. And now the guy that the Artesia Bulldogs don't want to see coming to the plate is Bernie Sikoris. He is perfect 3 for 3, double, home run, and a triple, and has 4 RBIs so far. And not somebody you can just walk either, because that would bring the 10th run in, which would help out with the Mercy Rule situation. So a lot of pressure on this relief pitcher, Nye Estrada. Yep, single for the cycle that reminded me here in the press box. Thank you. Eagles, though, dealing with those 2 outs. Here's the windup of the throw from Estrada. Fastball high for ball 1. Of course, another problem for Estrada is that this is a lefty as well, so he's going to have to adjust his pitching a little bit here. And the wind blowing out towards right center field. American flag has been getting battered throughout this game here in the bottom of the 4th now. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Curveball outside and low for ball 2. So Sikoris getting ahead in the count, 2-0. Single would bring a run home to make it 10-0 here. Definitely like to keep that in the outfield if possible. Estrada taking some time here. Now the windup and the throw outside for ball 3. Again, this would be another RBI for Sikoris if he could pick up a walk. He had the 3 RBI homer. RBI triple as well. I'm sure he's not the type of guy that wants to take one on a walk, though. He'd like to jack that out to the outfield. 3 balls and no strikes now to Bernie Sikoris. Here comes the pitch from Estrada. Fastball, and there he gets it on the ground out to right field. That will score a run on the RBI. And everybody else will stay on the bases. That will score the 10th run of the ball game. This could go to Mercy Rule in the next inning. And he got the cycle there with the single, double, triple, and a home run. Got to check the books and see the last time that was done in Hobbs Eagle baseball history. So 10-0 your score. Still 2 outs. Artesia desperately trying to get out of this inning. The bottom of the 4th. Knuckler coming for Eric McNabb as he sends it to the middle of the backstop. Eagles now with 10, or make it 9 hits in this game, 10 runs. And now Eric McNabb, who's 0 for 1, a couple of walks, a couple of steals, a run scored, and a strikeout. Here comes the pitch. Curveball, and right down the pike for the strike. McNabb second in the order for the Eagles. This is their 4th time through the rotation here. Artesia is not even done with their 2nd. They've only had 1 hit in the ball game. Bases are loaded for the Eagles as Eric McNabb back in the box. He's got a 1-1 pitch count and a time called as he steps out left. Try to get you a score on the Hobbs Lady Eagles. Looks like their first game is done. Boy, Estrada taking about 2 hours here for his next pitch. I'm not sure what the deal is. Already back in the box is McNabb, and both of them kind of looking at each other, the pitcher and the batter for the Eagles. I'm not sure why the timeout's been extended here. There comes another hat off of the first baseman. That was the starter, Madrid, who has to chase it down. Called time for that. Here's the 1-1 pitch now from Estrada. Curveball coming off the handle. Heads right of the backstop for the foul. Eagles have the mercy rule numbers they need, 10-0. We have to give another bat to Artesia at the top of the 5th. If those numbers hold up, that would be the ball game. Game 1 of the doubleheader. 1 ball and 2 strikes as Estrada continues to face McNabb. Here comes the pitch. Fastball. High and outside for ball 2. Count now at 2-2. Some more major gusts now. A lot of dirt in the area, too. Luckily, this is not a dirt field except for the mound. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Curveball, and he takes a cut on it. It's going to go foul outside the third baseline. Nice swing on that one, just trying to even it up just a bit. So he almost took out his coach Boyle there in the third base coaching box. That ball continues to roll out towards that left field out to the wall there, but in foul territory. Definitely is a good yank on the pitch that time from McNabb. Count stays at 2-2. And the pitch being delivered, curveball down the middle, but it's dropped by the catcher. It rolls out to the backstop, and that will bring a run home. So the Eagles get some insurance runs on the scoreboard. Now 11-0 off the wild pitch. Now the count is full. Has one more big pitch to come between these two. This is the 7th batter for the Eagles. And now 11-0. 3 balls and 2 strikes, a full count now to McNabb. High fastball for the walk. The 3rd walk picked up by McNabb. He's been on base 3 of 4 times so far in game 1. And still the Eagles with 2 outs as they lead 11-0. They've scored 2 runs here in the 4th. Two down here in the bottom of the 4th. The Eagles up 11-0. As Socorros was the runner that scored to make it 11-0 as Perez or Graham takes the first pitch outside and swings over the top, gets a piece of it, but goes foul. He had a RBI single in his last at bat, flew to center and had a walk in at bats 1 and 2. Curveball coming outside and low for ball 1. Runners are getting very eager out on the base pass out there. Bases loaded for the Eagles with that 11-0 lead. 9 hits for Hobbs and just 1 for Artesia. 4 of the 9 from Bernie Socorros, who's perfect, 4 for 4. 1 ball and 1 strike now for Colton Graham. Here's the windup in the throw. Fastball, knuckler off the handle, going to roll out towards the Artesia dugout on the right side. Count goes to 1-2. Eagles with 1 run in the 1st, 3 in the 2nd, 5 in the 3rd, and 2 here in the 4th. And a goose egg for the Artesia Bulldogs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Graham 3rd in the order for the Eagles. The pitch is a curveball. Did it hit his helmet or not? No, he barely got that out of the way. Looked like it clunked him right in the middle. But that would not have been a nice connect there if that would have made on top of the plastic. Count goes to 2-2 now for Colton Graham. Not sure how in the heck he got out of the way of that ball that time. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runners are getting bored out there for the Eagles. Curveball this time almost takes his chin out as he has to backpedal out of the way. And now a full count for Colton Graham. Three balls and 2 strikes for Colton Graham. Eagles trying to extend on their 11-0 lead, and boy, this wind is picking up bad here. Definitely a spring day going on in Lee County, New Mexico. Back on the mound goes Estrada. He goes to the high curveball and lunging across the plate. This is going to air out towards right field. Should be a good catch for the outfielder. He drops it. The air by the right fielder. That was Morris out there, and that's going to bring a run home for the Eagles. 2 come home for Hobbs. That'll be Montez and Kirkendall scoring. And now it is 13-0. So it looked like Morris going to have a routine catch out in right field, but I don't know if the wind got in his face or what happened out there. He dropped at the last second towards his knees. Hobbs now with 4 runs here in the 4th. Fastball hits the pike for the strike to Eddie Perez, the cleanup man for the Eagles. He's yet to get a hit in this game. Got on due to a fielder's choice, flew out to right, and a strikeout. He is the 9th batter here in this inning. Curveball inside and low, but swing and a miss for Perez. He goes about halfway through their 4th rotation of batters here in game 1 of the doubleheader. Trying to match their run totals in the 3rd inning. They had 5, right now at 4. 13-0 Eagles over Artesia with 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th. Time call. Perez will back out of the box. Artesia going to have some tough comeback situation there in the top of the 5th. They had to get it at least down underneath 10. They only have 1 hit so far. Fastball low and outside for ball 2. 2-1 count now for Eddie Perez. Perez has 6 RBIs this season. Working on his first one in this game. Runners at 1st and 3rd. Fastball low, swing and a miss, and that will be strikeout number 3. He'll have to take a seat, and that'll be the last out of the inning as well. So the Hobbs Eagles managing a total of 2 hits. They get 4 runs that come across, leave 2 on base as we head to the top of the 5th. Could be the finale here for 3 up and 3 down as the Eagles up 13-0 over Artesia. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. We return to Sportsman's Park, a very windy afternoon heading into the nighttime hours. Game 1 of the doubleheader. Hobbs leading Artesia 13-0. 9 hits for the Eagles, 1 for the Bulldogs. And very similar to that game last year, the second game that the Eagles defeated Artesia 14-0. Hobbs out hit them 14-2 in that game last year. Kenyon Singleton, Eric McNabb, a couple of singles for them. Or actually, no, excuse me. Let me go with these. Bernie Sikoris in that game had a triple. Also scored a couple of runs. A couple of hits apiece for McNabb and Graham last year, and 2 RBIs for McNabb on top of that. Colton Graham was the winning pitcher in that game, only giving up 2 hits against the Bulldogs. So this one 13-0, 1 run shy of what it was last year. And showing a bunt to start this inning, Seth Morris, 8th in the order. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. It was the last out of the second inning. So it looks like Artesia just trying to piece together some runners here as they know they're down by 13. Fastball right down the middle, going to be a dribbler out to short. Graham will take the scoop and the throw, and extending his leg out to make the catch is Alderetti for out 1. So the ground out over to Colton Graham. And that'll be down to the bottom of the order for Artesia. Only their second rotation of batters here. Cody Watson, the center fielder, he's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Or actually, they made an adjustment on their lineup here. It looks like they have a new batter out there. Let's see, number 9, that's Ethan Ramirez seeing his first action. Takes the fastball low, and of course Brewer's been on the mound since the start for the Eagles through 5 innings so far, 5 1/3. It's only given up 1 hit, no runs, and just a couple of walks. The 1-0 pitch, fastball, late swing there, and a miss for the new man at the plate, Ramirez. Count goes to 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 outs away from game over for the Hobbs Eagles in the mercy roll. Fastball low for ball 2. Hobbs looking to go to 12-2 on the season with the victory. Drop Artesia to 6-7. The 2-1 pitch coming from Brewer. Curveball inside and low for ball 3. It's a good eye from Ramirez, trying to get himself on base. Artesia with 1 out now. This is their final hurrah. Have to get at least 4 runs to get it down to 9 to get away from the mercy rule. We are slated for 7, but it looks like it might go 5. Fastball outside for ball 4, so a walk issued to Ramirez. 3rd walk of the ball game for the Bulldogs. And top of the order now, Devin Fierro. He is 1 for 2, the only hit of the game, as he beat a throw to first, had the single, and flew to center field. Hit was a little blooper in front of the home plate when he was up back in the 3rd inning. 1 down, though, here in the top of the 5th, 13-0 Eagles. Brewer taking a little bit of time here. The windup in the throw, fastball, flinch there at the plate by Fierro. They call it low for the ball. Fierro wanted to swing at that one, the shortstop for the Bulldogs. Taylor, Madrid, and Estrada, 2 through 4 in the order for the Bulldogs, unless they've changed their lineup. Here comes Brewer, taking some time here. Turns and fires a fastball. Whacked out again to Colton Graham. Should be an easy double play, but he fumbles at the last second. So the error was going to flick it over to second to Socorros, but could not get the grab he wanted. So the error recorded on that one as Fierro will get to first. So Artesia now with runners at first and second. They got to get more than base runners, though. They got to get people across the plate. Lefty Nolan Taylor stepping up. He grounded out to second and was hit by a pitch. So he's been on base 1 of 2 times. Runners at first and second. He is the DH. Brewer looks back at second, turns and fires a fastball. This is slapped out to second. A one-hand catch for Socorros, and he chases back the runners as well. Nice snag out there. Looks like we might have had some splintering of the bat there. Yeah, broken right in half that time. Nice snag there for Socorros. Josh Madrid, 3rd in the order. We're down to the last out of this ball game, at least the mercy roll version of it. The lefty comes up, Madrid. Curveball inside, and this is going to go foul. A couple of steps away from that third baseline in foul territory left side. Madrid's having some issues, though, making contact. He's 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts so far. Been a total of 7 Ks for Brewer on the mound for the Eagles. No balls in a strike. The windup in the throw. Curve it inside for ball 1. Oh, no, the up gets a late strike call there. So I got to wait a few seconds to see that. Count now 0-2. This could be the final pitch of this first game of the doubleheader. Runners getting some big leadoffs here. Fastball, swing and a miss, or did he get a piece of it? It was ticked just a bit and hit the dirt, so that will be staying alive there for Madrid. Or should I say hit the field turf. 0-2 count now for Madrid. Again, Artesia needs 4 runs to keep this out of mercy rule. Here's the pitch. Oh, it takes a big bowling roll. Picked up by Singleton. Throws it to third to try to tag the runner. And it's there in time. Nice sweep for the Eagles. That is Perez off the throw from Singleton behind the plate. And that will be out number 3 and the ball game. So the Hobbs Eagles pick up a 13-0 victory over the Artesia Bulldogs to go to 12-2 on the season. And the Bulldogs dropping to 6-7. We'll take a quick 3-minute break, come back with the post-game show live here at Sportsman's Park. Stay with us on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Welcome back to the Hobbs Eagle postgame show. Eagles winning game one of the doubleheader, 13-0, a mercy rule victory at a very windy Sportsman's Park. Artesia offense not doing much in this game with one hit, and that was Devin Fierro. He went 1 for 3 with a single. Other than that, not much going on. 3 walks for Artesia's offense. They got on once due to an error, a hit out towards right field. Actually, should have been caught routinely, but dropped at the last second. No runs scored for the Bulldogs, of course, and were struck out 6 times off the pitching of the winner here, Makai Brewer, who goes to 3-0 on the season. And for your Hobbs Eagles offensively, a total of 9 hits in the contest. Perfect for Bernie Sikoras. He was 4 for 4, had 5 RBIs and 2 runs, and went the cycle with a home run, triple, double, and a single. So a big game for him. In fact, that home run was a 3 RBI homer, including himself coming around the bases. Eric McNabb went 0 for 1. He had 3 walks in the contest. Also had a run scored and a couple of steals. Colton Graham went 1 for 3 with an RBI and a steal. Also coming in for the Eagles, 2 for 2 for Isaiah Montez with a couple of singles. He also scored 3 runs and had a steal in the ball game. Kenyon Singleton went 1 for 2 with 2 runs and a walk. And Easton Kirkendall was also 1 of 2. He had 2 runs and a walk as well. Again, the Eagles with 9 hits, 8 walks. They were struck out 7 times and got on base once due to an error. So a big game for the Eagles. 1 run in the first, 3 in the second, 5 in the third, and 4 in the fourth for the mercy rule victory. Again, 13-0 over Artesia. Eagles are now 12-2 on the season, and the Bulldogs at 6-7. We're going to take a break as we get ready for game 2 of the doubleheader. You come to stay with us here with Hobbs Eagle Baseball. A little bit too windy for you. Listen at home at HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. We'll be back in around 15 to 20 minutes live. Welcome back live to Sportsman's Park here in Hobbs. Ty Friend here with you. Hobbs Eagle Baseball live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube as the Eagles play Artesia for game number 2. Hobbs winning game 1, 13-0 in a mercy rule victory. If you weren't with us, Eagles smashing out 9 hits in that victory. They also had 8 walks, struck out 7 times, and only 1 error in the ball game. Eagles with 1 run in the first, 3 in the second, 5 in the third, and 4 in the fourth for the mercy rule victory. Once again, 13-0 in that one. In that game, Artesia only ending up with 1 hit. They had 3 walks, had 1 error in the ball game, were struck out 6 times by the starting pitcher for the Hobbs Eagles. And boy, he had a great game, only giving up that 1 hit. Of course, that was Makai Brewer. Game number 2, a couple new faces out there on the mound, especially for the Hobbs Eagles, as we'll get a chance to see Marcus Aldretti. He comes in with a 2-0 record so far this season. Does have 1 save in 5 appearances, but no ERA as of yet. And he'll be on the mound to start in this one. Defensively, Eagles in terms of the positions, first of all, it'll be Zach McPeters getting a start in this game at first base. As the first pitch on the curveball, it'll be hit up straight in the air behind home plate, and it bounces behind Isaiah Montez. Couldn't see it. The umpire kind of standing in his way that time. So we got McPeters at first, Sikoros at second, Bird at third. Graham will be at the shortstop. And, of course, Montez behind the plate. From left to right, Kirkendall, McNabb, and Brewer. Starting off for the Bulldogs, Devin Fierro, the shortstop. He was 1 for 3. The only hit in game 1 was a single. Curveball inside, a low one right over to third base, and reaching out with the glove is Bird. Major Bird with his first catch and the out here in game 2. Get Hobbs with the mercy rule victory in the first game of the doubleheader. That'll bring up Josh Madrid. He's the first baseman. Second in the order for the Bulldogs. He went 0 for 2 in game 1, a couple of strikeouts, and also ground out to third. Actually, he did not get the third at bat. He got the out before he had a chance to finish his opportunity. Curve inside, whacks off the front of the bat. Colton Graham throws a hard one over to first. Good stretch out for Zach McPeters. And the throw looked like it was in time. I'm going to say maybe he lifted his foot off the first bag there. I'm going to go ahead and give him, the base runner, the chance to be on the base. So that'll go down as a hit for Madrid. And now the lefty, Nolan Taylor, the DH. Taylor was 0 for 2, hit by a pitch, ground to second, and flew out to second in game 1. Curveball outside and low for ball 1. Hobbs coming in with a 12-2 record after the first one of the doubleheader. And Artesia with the loss, 6-7 on the year. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Curveball, Clipsy, outside corner. They're going to call it a ball, though. 2-0 count. Estrada will be the cleanup man next, the catcher. Curveball comes inside. Golf swing for Taylor. It's going to go foul out towards the Artesia dugout on the right side. So Aldretti will get himself hooked back up on the rubber here. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Here's the windup and the throw. Curving inside, whacked hard off the left side of the bat toward the dugout, or make it the foul territory behind the plate. So staying alive is Taylor. Artesia only getting a hit in the 3rd inning of the last game. Barely, because the runner was able to get there just before the throw. Curveball outside for ball 2. Eagles had a great performance in that first game. 4 for 4 hitting by Bernie Sikoros. Hit the cycle for single, double, triple, and the home run. 2-2 pitch, fastball, barely misses outside for ball 3. We got a full count. So Sikoros went 4 for 4. Isaiah Montez 2 for 2, and singles apiece for Graham, Singleton, and Kirkendall. Total of 9 hits in that game. Here's the full count pitch, fastball outside. There'll be a walk issued to Taylor on the ball. It's already Artesia with 2 base runners, 1 down here in the top of the first. That'll bring up Nye Estrada, the catcher. Estrada in game 1 playing third base. He went 0 for 2. Ground out to the pitching mound and also struck out. Of course, going the distance, we mentioned Brewer. He had 7 Ks in the game. Curveball going to hit high up in the air in the infield towards right. Kind of the wind taking it around a little bit. Good back pedal for Zach McPeters that had come in for it and make the catch. So that'll be the out number 2. And bring up Damian Molina, 5th in the order for the Bulldogs. He's the center fielder. Molina went 0 for 2. Played first base in the first game. Struck out and ground out to first. 2 down here in the top of the first, still scoreless. Big leadoffs at both the first and second bags. Fastball outside for ball 1. Game 2 of the doubleheader. We'll have a doubleheader on Friday as well. 4 o'clock start time against Las Cruces here at Sportsman's Park. The 1-0 pitch, curve inside. And this is going to go high in the air as well behind center, or behind the plate, and it bounces into the pitcher. That's going to be a bobble for just a second by Aldretti. And the wind was taking that one high up in the air. Kind of hard to make the judgment there. And Aldretti not able to come down with it. Does stay inbounds for the play that will get the runner on. And now the base is loaded. So all bases covered for Artesia. So first error of the ball game, cracked out towards short to Colton Graham. He takes a big stamp on the second base, coming off the bat of Molina for out number 3. So Eagles dig themselves out of a hole with bases loaded. 1 hit, 1 walk, 3 left on base, no runs scored. We head to the bottom of the first. Your Hobbs Eagles at the plate. Come back with this live in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Your Hobbs Eagles and the Artesia Bulldogs. Game 2 of the doubleheader here at Sportsman's Park. Ty Friend here with you as Artesia ended up getting 3 bases loaded up, but unfortunately for them, could not get a runner to come across. They lost the first game 13-0. And now the Eagles will be at the plate. Artesia defense, first of all, and the bases, Madrid at first, Zamora second, and Ramirez at third. Estrada will be behind the plate, and Watson will be the starting pitcher for the Bulldogs. Left to right in the outfield, Rodriguez, Molina, and Morris. In terms of the pitcher for Artesia, and this team went to the semifinals last year of the 4A state tournament, losing 11-1. Watson that comes in. Checking him on my roster here, Cody Watson, the senior. Don't have a lot of seniors on this club. In fact, just a total of 3 so far. They have a bunch of underclassmen, so right now kind of some growing pains, a 6-7 record. Starting out for the Eagles at the plate, Bernie Sikoris, we mentioned him being perfect at the plate last game, 4 for 4, and went for the cycle with a single, double, triple, and home run. Ended up with 5 RBIs and a couple of runs. So 4 for 4 at the plate. Watson with the curveball inside. Check swing for Sikoris. Rambles off his leg, but he had a piece of it off the bat first. Actually, no, they're going to say he didn't. I guess it was already off the catcher's glove there, so for ball 1. McNabb, Graham, and Perez, 2, 3, and 4 in the order for the Eagles. Here comes a fastball off the handle out towards the Artesia dugout and hits hard off the fence in front of it. Bounces out toward the first base coach. We are slated for 7 here in game 2. Doubleheader live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. 1-0 count for Bernie Sikoris. Fastball and cranks it off towards third base. In the glove of Ramirez, fires across the field to first and connects with Madrid for out number 1 on a 5-3. Eric McNabb, the center fielder, on now for the Eagles. Got on 3 out of 4 times in game 1, all 3 of walks. Also had a couple of steals, a run scored. Was 0 for 1 overall with a strikeout. So definitely doing some good things for the Eagles, getting base running time there with 3 of those on base, with good eyes on the pitches. McNabb picking up 2 steals in that first game. Or actually 1 steal, and has 10 total for the season. Actually had 2 steals, so he's at 11 now. He leads the team in that category. Fastball hits the plate hard and bounces away to the left side for ball 2. Eagles will have a couple of games we mentioned Friday, then 11 days off, waiting for their next game. So definitely going to be a long holdout for the Eagles. Of course, they had the 2 doubleheaders over the spring break. Here's the windup in the throw. Curveball clips the inside corner for the strike. Count goes to 2-1. 1 down here for the Eagles in the bottom of the first, still scoreless. Hobbs led Eagles, unfortunately, losing their first game of their doubleheader with Artesia, 14-2 in the field right next to us. Curveball outside for ball 3. 3-1 count. So a pitch to burn here for McNabb, trying to be the first base runner for the Eagles. And the delivery on the fastball, hard hit out towards right field, going towards the wall, back to the warning track. Leaping over the thrower, catch is dropped. It'll be at least a second or a double, now making it into a third, and now into third base goes Eric McNabb. A triple for McNabb. Thought that ball was going to hit the wall, but it looked like the right fielder did have a chance to get to it, Morris, and it kind of flipped off the webbing of his glove out in the right warning track. So that will put the third base runner there, McNabb, and now Colton Graham, the shortstop, will step up. Graham was 1 for 3 in game 1, had an RBI single and a stolen base. Also got on due to a walk and an error. Hobbs down with the runner at third, knocking at the door here with 1 out, bottom of the first. Curveball outside off the end of the bat for Graham, rolls towards second, and Samora going to make an easy throw to first for the out. That will score a run on the sack there for Graham. That'll be an RBI as well, as McNabb will score for the Eagles to get the lead to 1-0. Two down here in the bottom of the first. Hobbs up 1-0. Eddie Perez, the cleanup man, DH for the Eagles in this one. Curveball hits low on the ground on the inside of the plate for the ball. Nobody on the plate or bags for the Eagles. In the first game, they were up 1-0 in the first inning as well and ended up winning 13-0. Here's the windup of the throw. Fastball for Watson, high for ball 2. Brewer and Bird, the 2 Bs up next. Two-0 pitch coming from Watson. He's going to take some time now. The wide stance, turns and fires. Curve it inside. Check swing for Perez. Had to get the strike on that one. A little bit of a flinch on it. A little bit too close to his knuckles that time for him to extend the bat. Watson go with the fastball outside and low for ball 3. Another pitch to burn for Perez. Perez came into the series with a .341 batting average. Second on the team so far. Eagles came into the series with a .318 batting average as a team. Fastball, hard swing, and a foul out toward the right towards the JV field over the Artesia dugout. 3 balls and 2 strikes, a full count now for Eddie Perez. Eagles trying to extend their 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the first. Watson takes a long delay, turns and fires. Fastball, same spot again on the foul right for Perez. So JV Field's going to be shagging a lot of his balls, it appears, at this at-bat. Staying alive at the plate is Perez. Struck out a couple of times in the last game tonight. Fielder's choice and flew to right as well. Little late swing, and this will be on the ground out to right field for a single. So Hobbs now with 2 hits here in the bottom of the first. Perez with a single and a triple for McNabb. Colton Graham, of course, with the sac RBI as well. Makai Brewer now the right fielder, batting lefty. He was the starting pitcher and the winner with a now 3-0 record in Game 1. Went 0 for 3 at the plate. Correction, 0 for 1. Ground out to short, hit by a pitch, and walked. Also had a steal in that ball game. Watson going to go hard with the fastball. Swing and a miss for Brewer. Brewer came into the series batting .341. Big leadoff at first for the Eagles. Eddie Perez, of course, with the 2 outs. Pitch coming fastball at the end of the bat, going to go out towards shallow second and backpedaling for the catch. Making the out for the Bulldogs is Zamora. So the Eagles do get 2 hits. 1 run scores. They leave a couple on base. We head to the top of the second. Your Eagles up 1-0 over the Bulldogs from Artesia. Come back with us in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Heading to the top of the second here at Sportsman's Park. The wind has died down considerably from Game 1, going to 40, 50 mile per hour gusts at times. Hobbs up 1-0 early. If you just missed it, for the Eagles, they got a triple from Eric McNabb. He also scored RBI sack for Colton Graham and a single from Eddie Perez. Artesia up at the plate now. They ended up with 1 hit in the top of the first. They were walked once and got on due to an error. 7th in the order, Diego Zamora, the second baseman. He's showing bunt, and he'll click it right back to the pitcher. Eldorado turns and fires, and they're going to call safe as the runner's able to beat to first. Got the throw over to McPeters, but not in time. So a single for Diego Zamora, just kind of a blooper as he just placed it right in front of the batting circle for the home plate on the bunt. So that's their second hit for the Bulldogs, more than they had in Game 1 total. No down for the Bulldogs here in the top of the second. That'll bring up Ethan Ramirez, 8th in the order, the third baseman. Ramirez was not at the plate in Game 1. Time called. He's going to go have a talk with Coach Ortiz for the Bulldogs on the third base line. Watson, 9th in the order for the Bulldogs, due up next. Artesia only getting through the batting order twice. And then 3 more batters into the third rotation there in Game 1. Fastball comes low from Aldretti for ball 1. One-0 count here for Diego, or make that Ethan Ramirez. Artesia trying to get their record back to 500, 6-7 right now. It's showing bunt as well, so small ball being played by Artesia, trying to get some base runners. It goes foul off the first base line, and chased down by Montez for the Eagles, the catcher. Several of the players so far have shown bunt here in this early part of the ball game. One and one count. Get Aldretti coming in with a 2-0 record this season. Fires a curveball, another bunt opportunity down the first base line. Scooped up by Aldretti, fires to first to McPeters, and that's out number one. Ramirez did move the base runner Samora to second. Bottom of the order now, Cody Watson, the pitcher. Watson in the first game, 0 for 1. He was a center fielder in that one. Struck out and then was substituted for in the second rotation of the batters. Coach Ortiz going to talk the ump now. They're bringing the runner. No, they're going courtesy runner, looks here. And he went and talked to the official as well. And they bring in number 17. That is Frankie Galindo. Galindo now at second, the courtesy runner. They'll bring a lefty to the plate. We mentioned Cody Watson. Galindo in the first game played the catcher position, and it's just the courtesy runner in game 2 here. So ninth in the order now for the Bulldogs, as we mentioned, Watson. Got a runner at second, down to 1-0. That's a tying run at second. Curveball coming inside for Andrade. A little bit too close inside for the ump's liking for the strike. Or no, he does call the strike on that one. Pretty close. Time called as Watson adjusts his wristband. Back in the box now. Here's the windup of the throw. Andrade not wasting any time. Check swing off the end of the bat out towards center field. Shallow. Leaping one-handed catch for McNabb for the Eagles and comes up with the snag and the out. A little hippity-hop action there at the end. That is out number 2. Top of the order now for the Bulldogs. Devin Fierro flew out to third to start the ball game. Trying to get that runner in to tie up the score here in the top of the second. Curveball, golf swing out towards left center field. Moving over forward is Kirkendall, but it gets over his head as he goes left to right, and that will be an RBI double. Sliding into second is Fierro. And that will bring home the first run of the ball game for the Bulldogs. That'll be Diego Zamora scoring. Their first run of the night, in fact. They, of course, got beat 13-0 in game 1. Second in the order now, Josh Madrid. He had a single. Curveball inside. Whacked out to Colton Graham and backpedals a one-hand catch. Just flipped the glove up over his shoulder to lefty and comes down with it. So nice play there, although one run did come across. Artesia has tied the ball game off of 2 hits. Left one on base, tied up in 1 as we head to the bottom of the second. Hobbs and Artesia knotted up here at Sportsman's Park. We'll be live in 60 seconds on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. We go to the bottom of the second here at Sportsman's Park, tied up at 1. Hobbs and Artesia. They made a substitution on the last half inning. Galindo now at second as he comes in for Samora. And the Hobbs Eagles now at the plate. They are 6th in the order. Major Bird did not play in game 1, but he's here now at third base, getting his first opportunity tonight at the plate. Major batting .222 this season. Has 6 hits, 4 RBIs, 3 doubles. So half of his hits getting an extra base there. Coach Ortiz having some rough words for the plate umpire, I believe. I don't know what that was all about. Bird 6th in the order for the Eagles. McPeters, Montez, and Kirkendall 7 through 9. Watson on the plate, on the mound still for the Bulldogs. Here's the windup and the throw. Fastball. Late swing comes high off the foul ball right side. It's bouncing off the netting over the top here. Still tied 1-1 here in the bottom of the second. Slated for 7 here in game 2. Only went 5 innings in game 1 on the mercy rule. Watson goes the fastball right down the pike, waiting on his Bird, and takes the strike. 0-2 count now. Here comes the 0-2 pitch out of a wide stance for Watson. Fastball outside, barely missed for a ball and a 1-2 count. Winds are picking up a little bit more now. Not as bad as game 1, but still going out towards left to right with the flag getting battered throughout much of it. The 1-2 pitch low. Golf swing will be fouled outside the third base line. Is nonchalantly going out there and just throwing the glove at it was Ramirez for Artesia. Staying alive at the plate now, Major Bird. Eagles have had 2 hits so far, a triple for McNabb and a single for Eddie Perez. The pitch fastball down the middle hits the base for the ball. Nice save from behind by Estrada. But no runners on to worry about. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Watson, outside and low for ball 2. Evens up the count at 2-2. Correction, full count now, 3-2. Watson unloads a fastball, drops at the last second, swing and a miss, pirouetting around was Bird for the strikeout. First K issued by Watson. Game 1, the Eagles ended up striking out 7 times in that 13-0 win. Zach McPeters, usually on the mound for the Eagles, first base in this game. First time at bat tonight. McPeters batting .200 this season. Has 2 hits, 3 RBIs, and a double to his name. Fastball from Watson hits the left side of the plate and bounces off for the ball. Rolling out towards the Artesia dugout. Coach Ortiz scoops it up, shoves it in his pocket, and back to the dugout for him. Boy, the big gusts are starting to hit here at Sportsman's Park like we had game 1 now. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Curveball inside. Nice yank on it for Zach McPeters, but it sails out to that JV field to get on the right, bouncing off their equipment shack over there. Of course, the winds are blowing somewhat in that direction, too, so wind aided, you could say. One pitch, fastball. Low and outside for ball 2. Good eye for McPeters. One ball and 1 strike with 1 out. Hopping up and down at first base is the Bulldog Madrid, trying to get himself warmed up a bit. Low pitch on the fastball for ball 3. McPeters well ahead of the count here. Of course, the wind dropping the temperature is about 10 degrees. Fastball coming high, swing and a miss for McPeters. He bit into that one pretty hard. Now he's going to have to protect the plate on a full count. Watson takes a little hesitation here. Nods to the pitch that he wants, the windup and the throw. Coming inside and low for ball 4. So McPeters will take himself a little walk. First walk issued by Watson in this ball game. McPeters on the season now with 4 walks. Now the lefty steps up. Isaiah Montez, the catcher. He's 8th in the order. Montez in game number 1 was 2 for 2. 3 runs, also a steal, including 2 singles. So he got a chance to score several times in that first 13-0 win. Watson looks back at first. Curveball coming inside and brushing back Montez just a bit for the ball. Time called as the catcher Estrada heads out and talks to Watson, the starting pitcher. We mentioned Artesia was at the Rio Rancho tournament this past week and lost all 3 games. Another road trip for them on this one today. That's the only time they'll play Hobbs this season is this doubleheader. District games, of course, are going back to that same format where you play 1 away and then 2 at home or vice versa. So three-game series in district. 1-0 pitch, fastball. Over the top of it on the strike is Isaiah Montez, no contact. Kind of shaking it himself after that one. Would like to have the pitch back. 1-1 count now as the leadoff coming for McPeters at first. Watson looks at him, turns and fires a curveball up near the brim height for ball 2. 1 down here on the bottom of the second. Eagles trying to break a 1-1 tie. Artesia definitely did not want to be shut out 2 games in a row after being mercy ruled in game 1. Curveball goes outside and low for ball 3. So good protection to the plate for Montez. He's watching the pitches and has one to burn here. Easton Kirkendall, the left fielder, will be the bottom of the order for the Eagles. Fastball drops low at the last second, and coming over the top again is Montez for strike 2. Full count now for Isaiah. Montez has a 50% on-base percentage on the season heading into this doubleheader. There's definitely some good numbers there. A fastball way outside and low, and Watson kind of punches the air after he throws the pitch. He thought that lost out of his throw a little low that he wanted to. He lost control of it as it came across. So a walk for Montez. That's the second walk in a row for Artesia. And now Easton Kirkendall comes in. Looks like a courtesy runner checking in for the Eagles. And for Hobbs, that'll be Kenyon Singleton. He'll head to first base. One your score. Hobbs with just 1 out. Runners now at first and second. McPeters and Singleton. Watson goes with a curve. Barely misses the top of the strike zone for ball 1. Listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Okay, we'll be covering the Eagles for the rest of the season with another doubleheader on Friday starting at 4 here at Sportsman's Park. Gets Las Cruces high. Fastball outside for the ball. Winds are rattling Sportsman's Park now, like they did in game 1. Hurricane force winds. 2-0 count for Kirkendall. Takes the fastball low for ball 2. Kirkendall went 1 for 2 in game 1. A single, a walk, a strikeout, and 2 runs. Actually 3-0 count now. Watson comes back, curveball outside for ball 4. 3 walks in a row here in the second inning. And now the bases are loaded for the top of the order. Bernie Sikoris. Of course, he had 5 RBIs in the first game. Did ground out to third back in the first inning of this one. But you can guarantee he's licking his chops right here. Watson trying to get himself under control here with these 3 walks in a row. Nobody working out in the bullpen yet. But usually a lot of pitchers in the high school ranks are out in the field before they get their chance. Fastball. High over the top of it is Sikoris. He definitely wanted that one over the fence there, but no contact made. No balls and a strike. Again, bases loaded for the Eagles. Trying to break the 1-1 tie. Watson winds up, throws low. Check swing for Sikoris. Still waiting to see the signal here from the umpire. Looked like he came around on it. Might have got a piece of it. Yes, he did. 0-2 count now for Sikoris. Definitely got to be in protection mode here. One down. Does not want to keep this hit anywhere close to the bases either for a double play to end up this second inning. Watson comes hard with the curveball, and backing his chest up just a bit is Sikoris to pick up the ball number 2. Count evens up at 2-2. One down again in the bottom of the second. Eagles with 2 hits and 3 for Artesia. Watson looks back at second, checks those runners in advance here. Fastball goes low, gets past the catcher to the backstop. Estrada chases it down. We got a run down, throw to third. Loses the ball as the third baseman. The Eagles getting back to the bases. Ramirez lost the ball as he tried to spin and tag. So the Eagles dodging a bullet on that one. So Hobbs will still remain first, second, and third, and had a runner coming towards home. He had to chase himself back to third, and then they got a big log jam at third base. Of course, McPeters, Singleton, and Kirkendall, the ones on the bases for the Eagles. Bernie Sikoris now with a 2-2 count, trying to hit somebody around here. He had those 5 RBIs before, like to make it 6 with this one. Fastball hits the deck again off the plate. And the count remains at full count. Just with that 1 out, though. Coach Boyle having a few words for McPeters at third. Just trying to make him keep it safe out there and not risk a third out off a double play. Watson with the windup and the throw. Fastball, and this is going to be fouled off towards the right over the Artesia dugout. Been quite a few balls going that direction in these 2 games tonight. Still a 1-1 tie here at Sportsman's Park. Watson staring down the pitch path here. Turns and fires. Fastball outside for the walk, and it'll be an RBI too as a run will score. Boy, Artesia with 4 walks given up here. Coach Ortiz is stepping on the field having some loud words for the plate umpire. So the run is scored. That's going to be Zach McPeters coming across. Hobbs up now 2-1. Coach Ortiz been out several times in game 1, having some earfuls with the officials. Bases loaded again for the Eagles with just a 1 out. Curveball outside for ball 1. Eric McNabb at the plate. 1 for 1. Had a triple and a run back in the first inning. He's second in the order for the Eagles. Watson turns, fires a fastball up the middle of the bat for McNabb, and out to that right side again. Hits off the netting here on the backstop. Coach Ortiz going to track it down and holds on to it. 1 ball and 1 strike to McNabb. Graham and Perez third and fourth of the order for the Eagles. Watson turns, throws the fastball, and there's another foul out over to the right side for McNabb. Trying to straighten that bat out just a bit. Counts 1-2 with 1 out for Eric McNabb. Eagles runs being scored by McNabb and McPeters so far, 2 MCs. Little delay now for Watson. Getting the pitch call that he wants. Turns and throws, curve, floating outside for ball 2. Evens up the count at 2-2. Eagles very eager to get around these bases here. Like some more insurance runs, just up 2-1 here in the bottom of the second. Last game they were up 4-0 at the end of the second. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Watson. Curveball Smacked out towards left field. Will it have enough air under it? No, it's not. A basket catch going to hit the ground, and that will score a run. An RBI single, and the runner having to get back to second as the relay comes in to the second baseman. Trying to swipe is Galindo there, but Hobbs is going to keep the bases loaded in even more. So Eric McNabb with an RBI single. That'll score Singleton, the courtesy runner, Kenyon Singleton. Still just one out. It's 3-1 Eagles here in the bottom of the second. Watson tried to get out of the inning, giving up 2 runs here. Fastball right down the pike for the strike, and just watching it was Colton Graham. He did have a sac RBI back in the first inning. Eagles with 1 run in the first, 2 in the second, and the 1 run for Artesia, top of the second. Here's the windup in the throw for Watson. Fastball high for the ball. Count now 1-1. Eddie Perez, the cleanup man. He's got a single so far in the game. He's up next. Watson takes a deep breath at the rubber. Turns and fires the fastball low. Ricochet off the bat chest of Graham and rolls out towards the Hobbs Eagles side of the field left. As tracking it down for the Eagles. Next at batter, Perez. Graham trying to get this game extended with the runs. High curveball, well up over the strike zone for ball 2. Good eye there for Colton Graham. Of course, a walk would score another run. Here comes Watson. Fastball outside and low for ball 3. Full count now to Colton Graham. Graham has 9 walks this season and currently tied for second with Graham. McNabb leads the team with 14 walks. Comes the fastball, swing and a miss, and that will strike out Colton Graham. And runners had to dive back to the bases to make sure there was not a throw because it appeared that Strada was going to come up and try to chuck it down to first. Only the first strikeout for the Eagles here in game 2. Eddie Perez clean up as we mentioned. He's got a single back in the first. He's still got his bases loaded here with 1 out remaining. 2 down for the Eagles after scoring the 2 runs prior to this. Here comes Watson. Fastball drops low as it comes across for the first ball. Perez has 6 RBIs this season. He's got the bases loaded, so good opportunity here. Fastball goes low and outside, and they're going to go down to the first base official to see if he went around too much on it. He's going to say no, so they will get another ball on that one. 2-0 count. Artesia fans not liking that. A little bit of grumbling coming out of their fan base. Perez back up in the box now. Wind's dying down just a bit here at Sportsman's Park for a few seconds. Watson with a 2-0 count. Throws the curveball inside, coming off the handle. And there it goes off foul to the right again towards the JV field. Popular area here in these games today. All Perez has to do is get on base here. Walk, single, and somebody will score. 2 balls and a strike as Watson continues to face Perez. Curveball floats outside for ball 3. So getting ahead of the count now is Perez. Perez has an on-base percentage of 44%, getting close to half the times he's at the plate. 3-1. Fastball goes low and outside. And the runner's getting on base. That quick throw down to third. It's bobbled. That's the second time that Ramirez has had a chance to tag somebody out and has lost grip of the ball. Dropped it right in front of the plate that time, the same place he did before. Eagles getting a little bit too much off the bases, and they're going to call that a 3-1 count instead of the walk on that one. So bases are still loaded. Eddie Perez staying alive at the plate for the Eagles. 2 down, though, here in the bottom of the second. Eagles up 3-1 over Artesia. Watson turns, fires a curveball inside. And where did this one come from? A strikeout. That came up into the elbow area. Whoa. That's going to be strike 3. Perez was getting ready to throw the bat and run towards first on the walk. But 2 Ks in a row for Watson on the mound for the Bulldogs. Eagles had 1 hit. They left 3 on base. 2 runs come across and do lead 3-1 as we head to the top of the third. You're listening to Hobbs Eagle Baseball live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Be back with us in 1 minute. Coming to the top of the third here at Watson's Stadium. Let's make that Sportsman's Park. We're not playing football right now. Ty Friend here with you. And, boy, Coach Ortiz still having a ear-ringing of the plate umpire. He's been out there several times in this game and several in Game 1. Hobbs up 3-1. So far offensively for the Eagles, they've had 3 hits. Eric McNabb 2 for 2 with a triple. Also scored a run off of that and an RBI single. So he's the big swinger so far. Eddie Perez also with the single. Bernie Socorro's had an RBI walk. Eagles have walked 4 times, in fact, all in a row in that second inning. For Artesia, they've had 3 hits, a RBI double for Devin Fierro, and Josh Madrid and Diego Zamora both picking up singles. Artesia up at the plate now. Second in the order, Josh Madrid. He's 1 for 1 with a single back in the first. First pitch from Marcos Aldrete. Fastball outside for ball 1. Artesia scored their run in the second. Hobbs with 2 runs in the second and 1 in the first. Fastball low for ball 2. Two 2-0 count now. Wind up in the throw for Aldrete. Fastball coming down low and jacked up hard to the foul territory near the Artesia buses out in the parking lot left side. Count goes to 2-1. Aldrete with the windup. Curveball inside. A knuckler off the handle is going to roll out towards second. Should be time to throw, and it is for Socorros as he connects with McPeters. A 4-3 for out number 1. One down here in the top of the third. We are going 7 in this one. Third in the order, Nolan Taylor, the DH. He walked back in the first. The only walk given up so far from Aldrete. Curveball goes low and outside for ball 1. Adjusting his cap a bit, Taylor in the back in the box, or should I say helmet. Dirty goes fastball, golf swing out towards left center field, and a back pedal now from left to right. One-handed catch over the shoulder made for the Eagles. Kirkendall came in front of McNabb and made the snag, and over the shoulder, a little basket catch there, and comes up with the out. Luckily, the wind wasn't blowing as hard as it was earlier. That probably would have hit the turf eventually because it's been blowing from left to right. So 2 down now. Bulldogs to bring up their cleanup. Nye Estrada. He's a lefty, flew out to first back in the first inning. Taking a little time here now. And the windup in the throw. Curving inside, and Comes out 180 on the swing, and to go out foul to the right side towards the JV fields. Andretti gets the ball back from Montez and ready for the third pitch as he takes on a catcher. Curveball inside, and boy, this almost got straightened out, but it is going to go right towards the Artesia bullpen and rolls down the sideline here on the right. Good crack of the bat there for Estrada. Andretti better take note of that. Just needs one more out here to shut down the Bulldogs once again. Little changeup coming inside. This one gets more air out of it, but is going to hit the wall foul right. So he continues to go towards that side. Of course, he's a lefty. So that's kind of a signal out there to Brewer out in right field. He better be careful on that first base line. Doesn't get caught in the corner. Count now 1-2. Going back inside again, swing and a miss, and that will strike out Estrada. That is the first K of the game issued by Andretti. Artesia getting no hits, nobody on the bases, no run score. We head to the bottom of the third. Your Eagles up 3-1 over the Bulldogs. Come back with us in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Bottom of the third inning here at Sportsman's Park. It's the Hobbs Eagles lead 3-1 over Artesia. Bulldogs on the defense now. At the plate for your Eagles, Makai Brewer, winning pitcher in game one. He's the right fielder here in game two. Flew out to second for the last out in the first inning. Eagles up by 2, remember. And here comes Watson with the second pitch. First was a ball, curve inside. And this will go for a single out in right field as it takes a roll. So a hit for Brewer here in the bottom of the third. So for the Eagles now, that is their 4th hit of this ball game. Dab with a couple. And one apiece for Perez and Brewer. Of course, McNabb got a triple along with a single. Major Bird struck out back in the second inning. The third baseman now at the plate for the Eagles. The Eagles winning 13-0 in game one in the Mercy Rule win. Watson turns and fires, curve inside and low for ball one. Hit count 4-3 in favor of the Eagles so far. First game was 9-1. There's a 1-0 pitch. Fastball hits the plate, and that's going to send Brewer to second. And he rounds second and goes halfway to third and then decides to come back. Took a little bit of time there. Was Estrada, the catcher. Hit off the bottom rubber of the backstop and trying to figure out where it was going to go. Bird now with a 2-0 count, getting ahead of Watson. Big lead off at second for Brewer now. Watson will peek back at second. Shortstop kind of messing around a little bit. Fierro. Fastball outside for ball 3. Great eye now for Brewer. Or correction, Bird, as he's getting ready to possibly get another walk here. It'll be the second of the ball game. Of course, expect a fastball coming here. Watson turns and fires the fastball right down the pike, and holding on it was Bird for the strike. 3 balls and 1 strike for Bird. Has another one to burn. Here comes Watson. Another fastball, swing and a miss for Bird for strike 2. Watson has struck out 3 so far for the Eagles. Not for the Eagles, against the Eagles. Full count now for Major Bird. Watson a little bit more of a delay now. Takes the count he wants, throws the pitch outside, and that will be a walk for Major Bird. So second of the ball game given up for the Eagles. Zach McPeters. He was the guy that started off the walk fest back in the second inning. Was McPeters, Montez, Kirkendall, and then Sikoris all getting walks in a row. Sikoris finishing up with a RBI off of his. That was at the same pitcher too, Watson. Nobody's relieved in this game. They went through 2 pitchers in game 1. Hobbs kept with Brewer and got the win. Runners at first and second for the Eagles. 3-1 lead here in the bottom of the third. No outs. Showing bunt off the end of the bat, though, for McPeters as it heads out foul towards the Artesia dugout. Peters looks over to Coach Boyle there in the third base coaching box. Hobbs looking like they just want to advance runners to get everything loaded up again. Had that several times in this game and last game. Peters holding the bat on his right shoulder now. Watson checking his runners, turns and fires. Again, lunging out for the bunt, and they're going to get the strike as he comes over the top of it. Count goes to 0-2 now for McPeters. Peters did score a run back in the second after his walk. So he's definitely got to protect the plate here. Might have to end up extending the bat instead of with the bunt. Stevens with the 0-2. Regular swing this time. Will take a one-hopper over to first. As making the connect on it is the first baseman of Madrid, and Watson covers first for him, the pitcher, to throw to him for the out. So that will be out number 1 for the Eagles. Isaiah Montez with one down here in the bottom of the third. Montez walked also in the second inning. Of course, he was 2 for 2 in game 1 with those 3 runs, couple of singles, a stolen base. Doing a bunch of stuff for the Eagles. One of the most productive last couple of weeks as well during spring break on the road in Las Cruces and Alamogordo. Curveball outside, and he'll take a hard slap at this one out to left field on the ground. That'll go down as he's going to extend it to a double. And scoring a run for the Eagles as well. RBI double for Isaiah Montez. It's coming across for the Eagles, Makai Brewer. And the score now 4-1 here. Bottom of the order now, Easton Kirkendall. Eagles now with 5 hits in the ballgame. Kirkendall walked back in the second. Runners at second and third for the Eagles, which includes Bird and Isaiah Montez. Fastball high for ball 1. Eagles getting ready to finish up their second rotation of batters here. Sikoris, McNabb, Graham, and Perez to start the order once again. 1-0 count for Watson on the mound. The windup and the throw. Fastball, swing and a miss for Kirkendall. Count goes to 1-1. Still bouncing around at first base is Madrid trying to beat some of the wind that's going on around here. Sure, the temperature dropping down pretty big on the field. Here's the 1-1. Fastball low and outside for ball 2. Good eye for Kirkendall. Artesia definitely does not want to see McNabb come up anytime soon. He's 2 for 2 tonight. RBI single and a triple. Scored a run. He's second in the order. Just about 2 away here. 2-1 pitch. Fastball. Barely misses the top of the strike zone for ball 3. 3-1 count. Be with us Friday afternoon, 4 o'clock, doubleheader with Las Cruces here at Sportsman's Park. They're already about 6 games deep into their district schedule already down there. Here's a 3-1 fastball outside for ball 4. Second walk issued to Kirkendall. And that is the 6th overall by Watson on the mound for the Bulldogs. Bases are loaded for the Eagles with just 1 out here. Bottom of the 3rd as Hobbs leads 4-1. They put 1 across here in this inning. Top of the order, Bernie Sikoris. Watson's kind of stirring at the dirt right now. He doesn't want to face him. Of course, from game 1 at least, 4 for 4. 5 RBIs. He's 0 for 1 here, ground to 3rd and walk to RBI. And a balk has just been issued to Watson. That's going to road up the bases, but also actually score a run. So Sikoris will go back to the plate, and that will be a balk. That will bring in Bird as Hobbs extends their lead to 4, 5-1. Curveball inside, and Sikoris gets a piece of it, airs it out towards right center field. A couple of choices on outfielders to make the catch. A right fielder comes over to make it from right to left, Morris. He relays it in, but that will score a run on the sac fly. So Sikoris able to get somebody else across. And that was Easton Kirkendall scoring on that one. Or correction of Isaiah Montez. Score goes to 6-1. Sorry, going backward on my scoreboard here on YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Takes a rocket scientist. Third base runner for the Hobbs Eagles. Fastball outside, a wild pitch, going to go past the catcher, and that's going to bring another run home. So things are starting to go worse and worse for the Bulldogs, who already lost 13-0 to start this doubleheader. And now 7-1 Eagles. Nobody on the bases now after the wild pitch. Watson goes inside. Golf swing right back to Watson off the bat of McNabb. And that'll be out number 3 as he scoops and throws to first on the connect to Madrid. So the Hobbs Eagles still with the big lead, 7-1. Able to get 2 hits in that inning with 4 runs coming across, a 6-run lead over Artesia. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Top of the 4th inning here at Sportsman's Park. Artesia at the plate. They trail by 6, 7-1. Still on the mound for the Eagles here in game 2. Alderetti. Curveball on the first pitch, going low for ball 1. Johnny returns low again for ball 2. At the plate, Damian Molina. Ground out to the pitcher to Alderetti back in the first inning. Actually was an error after that, though. Curveball. Slap down to shortstop. Colton Graham going to fire across the field as he connects with McPeters for the first out on a 6-3. 1 down for the Bulldogs, who trail by 6 here in the top of the 4th. Trouty with the fastball, swing and a miss for Galindo. He's a sub that came in just a few innings back. Quick return for Aldretti, off the handle as Galindo sent it over his team's dugout off the roof there, right side, for the foul ball. 0-2 count now for Galindo. Fastball low outside for ball one. Hobbs with 12 wins this season, 6 for Artesia. 12-2 for the Eagles, 6-7 for Artesia. Here comes a 1-2 pitch from Aldretti. Fastball, swing and a miss, and Galindo will sit down on the strikeout. That's a third K from Aldretti here, defensively for the Eagles. Next up for the Bulldogs with 2 down is Ethan Ramirez. He ground out also to Aldretti. Fastball, slap with a nice curve to it out to right center. Is going to get past the Eagles, and that is McNabb going from left to right trying to make the catch, but it took a wicked boomerang curve at the last second. That will be a double for Ethan Ramirez. So count that as a double. And the 4th hit now for the Artesia Bulldogs. They got a runner at second, but with 2 outs. Go to the bottom of the order, Cody Watson. He's 0 for 1, who as he flew to center back in the 2nd inning. He is a lefty. Hobbs up by 6, though, here in the bottom or top of the 4th. Fastball clips the outside corner for the strike as Watson held on it. 0-1 count. Aldretti looks back at second, turns and fires. Curveball, clips that outside corner again for strike 2, and shaking his head was Watson. Looks back over to first base coach, trying to get some support there. Gonna have to protect the play now as Aldretti would like to get the final out of this inning. Curve it inside and hit right back to Aldretti on the bounce, and he one-hands it over to McPeters off a 1-3 for out number 3 as he sits down Watson, bottom of the order. So the Hobbs Eagles don't give up any hits. They're actually a double. Leave 1 on base, no runs come across. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Hobbs up 7-1 over Artesia. Quick timeout and back live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Bottom of the 4th inning here at Sportsman's Park. Your Hobbs Eagles hitting Artesia 7-1 live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. I'm Ty Friend, game 2 of the doubleheader. In case you're just joining us, Eagles winning 13-0 in game 1. A Mercy Rule victory. Hobbs 8 Eagles softball team lost to Artesia earlier in their first game, 14-2. Here also at the park. Hobbs at the plate. Let's go to Colton Graham, 3rd in the order for the Eagles. First pitch, he's going to get some long extension on this one, but it stays pretty low, and a catch made out in center field by Molina for the first out. So out number 1 for the Eagles here in the bottom of the 4th. They lead by 6. The cleanup man, Eddie Perez, will step into the box now. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. Hobbs only has 2 Ks so far in this game against the pitching of Watson, who has been the starter throughout. Hobbs with 5 hits, 4 for the Bulldogs. Here comes Watson. Fastball high and outside for ball one. Eric McNabb is 2 for 2. Or make it 2 for 3 with a triple and a single. Singles for Brewer, double for Montez. 6 walks so far for the Eagles. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball clips the outside corner for the strike. 1-1 count now for Perez. He's the cleanup man. Brewer, Bird, and McPeters. 5, 6, and 7 up next. Wind up in the throw. Fastball. Check swing there for Perez. They're going to say just outside for ball 2. Looks like the infield for Artesia a little bit deflated right now. Don't look very energetic out there. Here comes a 2-1 pitch. Curving inside. They're going to say clip the corner for strike 2. Try to get the chest out of the way that time did Perez. Umpire not going to bite on that one. 2-2 pitch from Watson. Fastball low and outside for ball 3. We got a full count now. Seven to 1 lead for the Eagles here in the bottom of the 4th. Full count pitch. Inside, middle of the handle, and it's going to sail out towards right foul territory. Pretty heavy-duty sprint out there from Morris. No chance to get that one deep in the corner of the foul territory. He was pushed over more to right center, so it took him a long time to get out there and just kind of waved it off as he came across the first base line. Still full count. Here comes the windup from Watson. Curve it inside low, and that will be ball 4. So walk number 7 the Eagles have collected in this game. First for Perez. Makai Brewer stepping in now. He's 5th in the order. 1 for 2, flew to second, and a single. Scored a run on top of that. Time called. Coach Ortiz going to go out and talk to his pitcher Watson and brings in the catcher too, Estrada, which usually means we're going to have a change-up here, but not the whole infield, so maybe they are going to keep him out there. We'll take a quick break. It's 7-1. Eagles over Artesia back in 30 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. No change on the mound for Artesia after the timeout. Eagles back in the box with Makai Brewer. Had that single back in the 3rd inning, the first hit of the 3rd. Hobbs up 7-1 over Artesia. Fastball bounces off the plate, also hits his catcher right in the chest, Estrada. The wild pitch will send the runner Perez to second. So after the timeout, things going downhill for the Bulldogs. 1 ball, no strikes for Brewer. Comes back in the lefty. Lead off at second by Perez. And Watson going to go outside, clips the corner on the fastball for the strike. One ball and 1 strike now to Brewer. Eagles had a very productive 3rd inning with 4 runs, and now the curveball inside hits the knuckles of Brewer, and he's going to get a chance to take a jog to first as he was hit by the pitch. First time that has happened in this game. They had 1 hit by a pitch in the first game. So did Artesia. Major Byrne now, 6th in the order for the Eagles. He's 0 for 1, struck out and then walked, scored a run after that. Back in that 3rd inning where the Eagles did get those 4 runs right before this one. Hobbs with just 1 out here. Watson going to go inside, get close to brushing into Bird. They call the strike. Very tight strike call that time, as Bird was backing away. Runners at first and second for the Eagles. Watson takes a deep breath, looks back at second, checks the runner. Turns, fires, fastball, bounces in front of the plate and kept in play by Estrada. Count goes to 1-1. Eagles with 1 run in the first, 2 in the second, and 4 in the third. Artesia picked up their run in the second. They were down 3-1 early. Fastball and to connect, but foul territory on the right side for Bird. JV Field getting a lot of action from us here in this doubleheader. Winds dying down a little bit more here in this second game. Still flowing from left to right, though, with the American flag pointing towards the scoreboard. Right center field. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here comes Watson. Fastball outside for ball 2, evens up the count at 2-2. Even count now for Bird. Strada checks both bases now. Turns and fires inside, and ball 3. We got a full count now for Bird. Last game at this point in time, Eagles were up 13-0. Fastball. Oh, they're going to say hit the bottom of the strike zone. Looked pretty low here, but that's going to be strike 3 for Bird. The 3rd K issued by Watson, or 4th K by Watson against the Eagles batters. Zach McPeters, 7th in the order for Hobbs now. He's 0 for 1, ground out to first. Also walked and scored a run in the 2nd inning. Tall first baseman / pitcher for the Eagles. Likes to put that bat on the shoulder here for a few seconds before waiting to pitch from Watson. Still runners at first and second. Second out for the Eagles here, bottom of the 4th. Watson coming curveball inside and getting a good jack on it there. Is going to be McPeters out into left center field, and the center fielder is the one that comes over and makes the catch. That's Molina for out number 3 on the flyout for McPeters. So the Eagles do manage to get a couple on base, but no hits, no runs come across. We head to the top of the 5th. Hobbs up by 6, 7-1 over Artesia. Quick break and back live here on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Artesia top of the order here in the top of the 5th. Devin Fierro, RBI double for him, flew to 3rd. He's going to float one out to second base. Easy catch made by Sikoris for out number 1 here in the top of the 5th. Eagles up 7-1. Out hit Artesia 5-4 so far. Second in the order, Justin Madrid now up. Josh Madrid. He's 1 for 2 with a single and ground to second. Curveball inside. He takes a crank on it, goes out towards his first base coach in the box and rolls down the foul territory out of play. No multiple hitters in this Artesia lineup so far. Curveball inside. This one right back to the man himself. And an easy play for Sikoris as he flips over to McPeters on the 4-3. Out number 2. So catch and a grounder. Both going over there to Sikoris. Now Nolan Taylor, 3rd in the order. The lefty walked and flew out to left in his first 2 at-bats. Curveball comes outside for Aldretti. He's gone the distance so far. 5 1/3 innings and only given up 4 hits. Fastball low for ball 2. Aldretti has struck out 2 batters and no walks yet. Curveball inside, fouled out left over the Hobbs Eagle bullpen, and actually bounces right in front of it. The wind kind of brought it back on a curve. Good chase from third for Major Bird, and also getting over to that side was Montez, the catcher. The lefty stand alive, Nolan Taylor. 2 balls and 1 strike. Quick reload here for Aldretti. He's not going to waste too much time. Curveball outside high for ball 3. Eagles do not want to give any base runners here as Artesia trying to claw their way back into this, down by 6. Here's the 3-1. Aldretti, fastball outside, ball 4. Actually, that was his second walk of the ball game, both to Taylor. Runner at first now for the Bulldogs. Already 2 down here in the top of the 5th. We are slated for 7, regulation. Of course, if we go to extra innings, they have that international rule in play. They put the runner at second to start the inning. Nye Estrada, the cleanup man, flew to first and struck out. Fastball low and outside for ball 1. Grady looks down behind the plate, gets the call he wants from Montez. The windup and the throw, fastball low, nice save, but Montez is going to have to try to chuck it to second. Throws it on the left of the bag, a nice backhand to save it for the Eagles, Colton Graham. Oh, that would have been out in left field, and runner probably would have got all the way to third after that, but he stays at second regardless on the steal, and that is Nolan Taylor. 2 balls and no strikes now to Nye Estrada. Fastball, and unfortunately that's going to get put out to right center field as it's scooped up by Brewer, and the runner's going to come home. A little bit of a late throw in for the Eagles. As a single RBI single for Estrada. That will score Taylor. So now 7-2 your score, a 5-run lead for the Eagles with 2 down here in the top of the 5th. Both teams with 5 hits apiece. Andretti goes with the fastball outside for ball 1. 1-0 count. Here's the windup of the throw. Fastball outside, and boy, jumping off his stance there to come get that one was Montez. Going well off to the left of the plate. If that would have sailed on the backstop, the runner would have advanced to second. Molina at the plate. He is 0 for 2. Curveball inside. Another save there for Montez, and came up around the right backside there of Molina getting ready to fire down to first. Molina got on due to an error out to the pitching mound and a ground to short with his 2 at-bats. Fastball low and outside for ball, or did it hit him? Was that ball 4? Okay, got behind in the count there. That's going to walk Molina. Third walk for Artesia's offense. Coach Ortiz coming to the plate to talk to Julian Rodriguez, who's ground out twice so far. 7-2 the score. Runners at first and second, and Coach Boyle heading out to the mound. Looks like he's going to make a pitching change. And coming from the dugout for the Eagles, number 20. And that's going to be Eddie Perez appears. He might be the new pitcher out here. Let's double check that. But got a bunch of infielders out there on the mound, and Perez took a sprint in from the dugout. And he is on the mound getting ready to warm up here. We'll take the break. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Hobbs holding on to a 5-run lead, 7-2. We'll be back with the pitching change in just 1 minute. Back live at Sportsman's Park, a pitching change for the Hobbs Eagles, as Aldretti will leave after 5 2/3 innings, as Eddie Perez will check in. Aldretti gave up 5 hits, just 2 runs. 7-2 the score here in the top of the 5th. Eagles up by 5. Julian Rodriguez at the plate. We said he's 0 for 2 with 2 ground outs. Fastball right down the middle for Perez for the strike. Good pitch from him to get things going. Oh, 1 count now. Trying to get the last out of this top half of the 5th. Fastball high, swing and a miss for the strike. I believe this might be his first appearance of the season. Don't have any numbers for him on the stats, at least, for Perez. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Fastball high for ball 1. Count goes to 1-2. Runner at first and second for the Bulldogs, who trail by 5, 7-2 with 2 down. Perez, curveball right down the middle, and holding on it, paying the price for strike 3 is Julian Rodriguez. Goes down looking. And the first batter that Perez faces is a strikeout. And that'll be the 3rd K of the game for Artesia. They did manage to get 1 hit, 1 walk, left 2 on base, and 1 run scored. But still a 5-run lead for the Eagles as we head to the bottom of the 5th. It's 7-2 Hobbs. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Your Hobbs Eagles lead 7-2 here, bottom of the 5th. Hobbs will be at the plate. Already 5 hits for the Eagles. 2 for Eric McNabb, a triple and a single. Vinny Socorros has a couple of RBIs in the game so far. 1 off a walk and a sack RBI. Brewer with a single, a RBI double for Isaiah Montez. And a pitching change for the Bulldogs as well. Out on the mound for the black and orange is Galindo. Thank you. Galindo was at second base. He'd been moved to second as a sub. Now he will relieve Watson. Watson went through 5 innings of work. Gave up 5 hits to the Eagles and 7 runs. Curveball inside, and the lefty getting the heck out of the way that time was Isaiah Montez. Almost hit his bicep there for the ball. 1-0 count. Isaiah Montez is 1 of 1. He walked and also had the RBI double with the run scored. That was in the 4th inning. Curveball inside off the end of the bat. It's going to go foul off left and hits that side wall near the bullpen of the Eagles. Count to 1-1. Montez 8th in the order. Hobbs up 7-2, coming off 4 runs in the 3rd inning to get them the big lead. Curveball outside for ball 2. Rounding out the order, Easton Kirkendall, who's had 2 walks so far. Hobbs getting ready to finish up their 3rd rotation of the batters here. There comes a 2-1 from Molina. Curve inside. It'll be fouled out left again by Montez. So both teams have had 1 relief pitcher brought in. Hobbs didn't use one in the first game as Brewer went the distance for his 3-0 record. If you're just joining us, Hobbs winning 13-0 in Game 1. Close to what they won in Game 2 last year, 14-0. Both Mercy Rule wins. Curve inside and hits the home plate and rolls out right foul, but they're going to go ahead and call that hit by a pitch. That's the 2nd time it's happened. Brewer got one back in the last inning. So Montez gets a free walk, or pitch, or base, I should say. I believe a courtesy runner has just checked in for the Eagles as well at first. Double check to see who that is out there. Thank you. Kenyon Singleton out at first. He had a run earlier as a courtesy runner. At the plate is Easton Kirkendall. Had 2 walks so far. They do the throw down to first, but getting back in time is Singleton. Hobbs up by 5 here in the bottom of the 5th. 2 more innings after this. Actually, if Hobbs can get this up by 10, they'd have the W again, but Mercy Rule, I don't know if that's going to happen this time. Another throw to first as Artesia starting to get a little bit stingy with the base runners now, not letting them get too much breathing room. Kirkendall still waiting for his first pitch. They keep throwing it to first. Leans back into the box now. Curveball inside, goes low. Quick wrist snag there by Estrada, setting it from going wild inside. Count 1-0. Top of the order for the Eagles, Sikoris, McNabb, and Graham. 3 hits coming out of those 3 so far. The 1-0 pitch, curve, right in the back of Kirkendall. Walked twice, hit by a pitch, 3 for 3 in terms of getting on base in this game. Not the way you want to get at that time, though, but runners at first and second now for the Eagles. And that's going to give a second for Estrada to go out and talk to Galindo to try to settle him down just a bit. And it looks like Artesia, assistant coach, is out talking to the umpire, plate umpire, about something. I'm not sure if he's making a sub or what. I don't know if the ump called him over or what, but no sub change made here. Top of the order, Bernie Sikoris. Manos Flamboyant, as we saw in the first game, that 4-for-4 slugfest, but he does have an RBI sack, scored a run after that. An RBI walk, too, so a couple of ribbies so far in Game 2. Of course, the lefty, top of the order for the Eagles. Runners at first and second with no down here in the bottom of the 5th. Hobbs up 7-2. Fastball, golf swing out to left center field. Kind of shallow, but a catch made in left field by Rodriguez. He'll check it on the relay all the way back to first, and the runners get back in time. So the out there for Sikoris. That brings up Eric McNabb. He went 2 for 3 so far with a triple, single, and an RBI on that single. Ground out to first in his 3rd at bat. McNabb again second in the order. Winds are starting to pick up again at Sportsman's Park. Runners at first and second. Curveball high for ball 1. Just 1 down for the Eagles here in the bottom of the 5th. Eagles getting the big leadoffs at first and second. Molina looks back at second, turns and fires curve high for ball 2. So McNabb 2 for 3 so far. Try to get a 3rd hit here to get those runners around to add on to a 5-run lead. Curveball comes way inside, and boy, just standing straight up was McNabb. He wasn't going to move an inch on that one and could have gotten sheared by the ball, but stood his ground and gets a 3-0 count. A couple pitches to burn here. And really make this Molina relief pitcher do something. Fastball down the middle for the strike as McNabb held on it. Wasn't quite what he wanted on that one. Both teams have 5 hits so far. Molina again looks back at second, checks the runner. Turns and fires, curve high for ball 4. So McNabb gets a free walk. Gets the bases loaded up for Colton Graham. Graham got an RBI off a sack, struck out and flew out to center. Just wants to keep this out of the infield as any bag can be tagged out here. Graham this season with 10 RBIs, getting one earlier. Fastball down the middle, takes a good healthy swing at it and fouls it out right towards the JV field. Hobbs at 12-2, Artesia 6-7 on the season. Here's Molina's 0-1 pitch. Curveball and hits him in the back. That's happened a couple of times now. That's going to bring out Coach Ortiz from the dugout for the Bulldogs, as that will walk home a run. Graham hit by the pitch. I'm going to check my stats guy here. Does that go down as an RBI on a hit by a pitch? Just on a walk. I don't know if that. Okay, so I believe that's going to go as a ribby as well. And Coach Ortiz did not like what he saw on that one. He's going to go to a pitching change here. Eagles will score runs back-to-back, or actually 3 players hit by pitches in this inning. So Montez will score for the Eagles, and now Hobbs extends their lead to 8-2. So we got another relief pitcher coming in for Artesia. We'll get the number and all the sub changes. Be with us live in 60 seconds. Hobbs up by 6 on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Pitching change for the Bulldogs. Rodriguez steps in now, the third pitcher on the mound for the Bulldogs. They trail Hobbs 8-2. Curveball inside. Pitch to Eddie Perez, the cleanup for the Eagles. He's 1 of 2 with a single, strikeout, and a walk. He's been on base 2 of 3 times tonight. Hobbs up 8-2. Bottom of the 5th, 1 down. Eagles have been hit by a pitch 3 times in this inning alone. 4 overall for the game. Here's the 0-1, curveball outside for ball 1. Bases loaded for the Eagles. And we are in the bottom of the 5th, so if Hobbs could get this up to a 10-run, it would be ball game, just like game 1 was, 13-0. Hobbs up by 6 right now, need to get 4 more to put this away. 1-2 pitch, fastball down the pike for the strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Eddie Perez. 4th in the order for the Eagles. Brewer up next. He's had a single and a run. He was one of the ones that got hit earlier in the game. Wind up in the throw. Curveball outside for ball 2 for Rodriguez. 2-1 count. Or 2-2, excuse me. Here comes the pitch. Fastball, low and outside for ball 3. And a full count now for Perez. Hobbs has picked up 8 walks in this game. Have been hit by a pitch 4 times. So lots of gifted bases. Here's the 3-2 fastball. Off the bat and off the home plate as well for Perez to stay alive out there. In a 6-run lead for the Eagles. Mercy rule would be 10 here in the bottom of the 5th. The 3-2 coming. Fastball hits the plate, and it is saved, but that's going to be a walk and a RBI for Eddie Perez. He's had 2 walks in this ball game. So now 9-2, go to 7. Magic number is 3 now to put this game in the books. Eagles get that run to come across. That was Kirkendall. Now 5th in the order. Mr. Brewer steps in. He's 1 for 2 with a single run, flew to second, and was hit by the pitch. Takes the first one inside for ball 1. Still just 1 out for the Eagles, a 9-2 lead. Fastball, he gets a piece of it down the third base line. Going to be at least a double. 2 runs are going to score onto the RBIs. And that will be 2 more runs on the board for the Eagles to go to 11-2. So 1 away from mercy rule. 2 RBI double for Mr. Brewer. As runs coming home for Eric McNabb and Colton Graham. Next up, Major Bird. He's due for 1, 0 for 2 with strikeouts and a walk with the run scored. Fastball, he gets a piece as well to left center field, back, and hits the warning track and flips over the fence. That'll be an automatic double and will score 2 runs, and that should be the ball game. It will be 11-run win for the Hobbs Eagles, 13-2 off the double, 2 RBI double from Major Bird in left center field. It hit the bounced off the warning track, flipped over the wall, and already enough runners to get into to finish this ball game. So they win, the Eagles 13-2 over Artesia. 2 mercy rule wins, 13-0, and this 11-run win here in game number 2. Eagles are now also 13-2 on the record as Artesia drops 2 games under 500 at 6-8. We'll take a 3-minute break and wrap it up with the Hobbs Eagle postgame show live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Welcome back live to Sportsman's Park here in Hobbs. Been a windy one, a doubleheader victories both for the Hobbs Eagles, 13-0 game one, and this one 13-2, 11-run Mercy Rule victory over the Artesia Bulldogs. Eagles are now 13-2 overall as the Bulldogs drop to 6-8. Looking at the numbers in this one, first for the Bulldogs, they do finish up with 5 hits. Nobody with multiple hits, though. Devin Fierro went 1 for 3 with an RBI double scored. Josh Madrid 1 for 3 with a single. Nye Estrada went 1 for 3 with an RBI single. And Diego Zamora was 1 for 1 with a single and a run scored. And Ethan Ramirez went 1 for 2 with the double. And finally, it was Nolan Taylor with 2 walks, a stolen base, and a run. So 5 hits for the Bulldogs. They finish up with 2 walks in the ball game. Correction, make that 3 walks, and struck out twice in this ball game. Their starting pitcher was Watson. They also subbed in Galindo and Rodriguez in this ball game. Watson went through 5 innings and a couple for Galindo, or split Galindo and Rodriguez to finish up the ball game. Hobbs Eagles finish up with 8 hits on their side, winning by 11 runs. A couple of guys with multiple hits. Eric McNabb went 2 for 3, had a triple, a single, a run, and 2 runs and an RBI in this ball game. That was the single RBI for him. Also 2 for 3 in the contest, Makai Brewer. He had a 2 RBI double and a single, and also scored a run for the Eagles. Getting some hits for Hobbs as well, Eddie Perez went 1 for 1. He had a single, a couple of walks, and one of those was an RBI for a score. Major Bird with the big double to finish the ball game, bouncing over the wall. 1 for 3, and had 2 RBIs because of that to get the game in the win column. Also scored a run and had a walk earlier in the contest. Isaiah Montez went 1 for 1. He had a RBI double, also scored 2 runs. Easton Kirkendall had 2 walks in the ball game. And let's see if there's anybody else that I'm missing out on here. Bernie Sakaras had a walk and 2 RBIs. He got 1 off the walk and 1 off a sack RBI. So even though people weren't getting the biggest hits of the year, just like Sikoris did in Game 1, 4 for 4, he did manage to get some good stats to help out the Eagles' cause in Game 2. So Hobbs with 8 hits. They struck out only 4 times in the second game, were walked 8, and were hit by a pitch 4 times, a couple of those scoring runs. So Hobbs with the big victory again, 13-2, 11 runs on the Mercy Roll for the second time against Artesia tonight. Again, Hobbs 13-2 on the season, Artesia at 6-8. Hobbs will have a doubleheader coming up on Friday as they will take on Las Cruces High. Now, Las Cruces comes in with an 8-4 overall record and 3-3 already in district. They knocked off Goddard twice, 7-2, 14-4, beat Albuquerque High 10-4, and then they went to a tournament where they were 2-1, beating Santa Teresa 16-6, losing to Farmington 9-0, and beating Cleveland, a team the Eagles beat here at home, 5-2. In the district so far against Deming, they won 3 games in a series, 2-1, 9-3, and 2-0. They lost all 3 to Oregon Mountain, 9-0, 7-2, 9-2. So those are the games so far. Again, 8-4 overall for the Dogs and 3-3 in district. Currently, Las Cruces batting .268. They've had 3 home runs, 2 triples, and 24 doubles. So that will be the doubleheader on Friday night. 4 o'clock start time, a little bit earlier than normal. Again, that will be here at Sportsman's Park for the doubleheader against Las Cruces High. Again, your final scores tonight. And by the way, I should go back to our stats really quickly. I forgot to mention the winning pitcher for the Eagles. And, of course, we did have some relief late in the ball game there in Game 2 as I drop my stat sheet here. Hobbs' winning pitcher in the game will be Marcos Aldretti. He went through much of the contest. Eddie Perez came in late as Aldretti giving up very little hits in this ball game. In fact, a total of 5, 3 walks and 2 strikeouts. So great win for him. He goes to 3-0 on the season. So Hobbs winning 13-0 in Game 1, 13-2 in Game 2. We will see you on Friday for the doubleheader at 4 against Las Cruces here at Sportsman's Park. Thanks to Evie Stuber back at the station. And thanks for listening to Hobbs Eagle Baseball here at Sportsman. Thanks to HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube.